I am Sir Ytimant, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. In the last exciting episode of the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Bardic Halfling Rogue, and Soren, the Jabin Druidic Cleric. Having made it to the Citadel, the party was greeted by Fradnir, Dallen's brother. And after gathering up information that Varis had left behind from them in regards to Blackheart's haven and how to reach it, the party gathered what they could and departed for Blackheart's haven. They had a relatively uneventful journey there, having taken out a young green dragon looking for a meal at a crossroads, and eventually finding themselves in the forest that Blackheart's haven belonged in. As they continued down the path that they had set, they came across a trapper with a terrible laughing cough that greeted them and told them they was heading to Blackheart's haven to seek a cure, but did not want to get too close to the party unless he infected them as well. Dain, being brave, boldly approached and resisted this strange disease that this man had, and was able to cure him himself, though Dain recommended that he still make it his way to the city to ensure that he was fully cured. And so, together with this trapper, the party made their way to Blackheart's haven. As they made their way to there, they introduced themselves to the one guarding the drawbridge before them, before being let in, indicating that Dr. K, seemingly a prestigious member of this college, was wanting to meet with them personally. The party then entered the city and met with the doctor, who removed his mask and greeted the party as he looked at them all very excited and introduced himself. As he looked up and said, hello, friends. Who is this mysterious Dr. K? Where is Varis in all of this? Will the party be able to find him in time? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us meet with our players to see how they are doing on this fine, fine day. Hello there.
Oh, hi there.
How's it going?
I'm here.
That's always good.
Sure.
Well, would you prefer not to be here?
I'm gonna play the fifth on that one.
Well, I thought you enjoyed our D&D games.
Oh, I'm not referring to D&D.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I think that tells you enough about how my week's gone.
yeah, I can tell. But in any case, I'm glad that you are here. Though you won't be for the next 2 weeks.
Yes, thankfully. I'm heading back home for a slight vacation.
How exciting. The rest of us will have to see about playing some games or doing something else. Maybe some one-shots in the meantime.
Well, whatever it is you decide to do, hopefully it is enjoyable.
Same here. Sure it will be. I mean, whether we play a game or whatnot, there's always something fun we can do.
Absolutely.
Oh, is this for next weekend?
The next 2 weeks, yes.
Yes.
Maybe we could play some Sea of Thieves, try to get that fancy new ship that they got out.
Hopefully my one will actually run this time.
Yes, that would be nice.
Uh,
Or if we all wanted to, we could play a one-shot or something. Sure, have a few adventures stored up that you all can drop back down to like level 1 or level 5 to do.
I'm sure we can figure something out. That'd be pretty.
That'd be a power trip. Y'all are like super powerful, level 16, almost level 17, and suddenly you drop down to level 5. It's like, I don't know how to do things anymore.
It's like, I cast this. No, you don't. Like, what do you mean? No, I don't. I have it right here. Well, you see, that's a level 15 spell. It's like I try and capture Spirit Guardians of the Angry Dwarves, and they just stand there, crossed arms, just like, nah.
How about you, Dain? How are you doing today?
Doing alright. Had a bit of a week at the house, but, and with work, but it's been pretty chill though.
Sounds good.
Finally, almost got the house into tip-top shape.
Nice, very nice.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, there's still an issue with one of our windows down here, which unfortunately means one of my roommates is still out of her bedroom. Which hopefully that'll be getting fixed sometime next week. Hopefully, like tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially with this bloody
Morning, Shax.
tropical storm dropping on top of
Sorry,
us.
I'm just sore.
It's all good.
How you doing there, Tim?
He has been absorbed into the ether.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got surprised by my wife.
Ah, very good.
She came by and gave me a slushie.
No, the real question is what flavor?
Grape. With Skittles. No, not Skittles. Ah, yeah. Sorry, Skittles is my favorite candy, but I do quite love... Yeah, I wouldn't be terrible.
Did you see the new beta feature going on Roll20 right now?
I don't
Pretty
know,
sure,
do you
yeah.
think Skittles and slushie would be nice?
Maybe
Or
not
a
great.
pet name?
No, like the candy, like Skittles in a slushie.
Skittles flavor, yeah, but not actual Skittles. Because the cold will make the Skittles like rock hard.
But then that's when you can just have them melt in your mouth over time. Ah, none of you understand me.
It's like one of my friends tried to convince me that she can somehow put cotton candy in her soda and she will eat the cotton candy, and I had to explain to her that no, that's not how that works.
Did you show her the video of a raccoon getting cotton candy and trying to wash it?
I did, and she was still very confused. She's like, "What's happening? Where'd the cotton candy go?" And I'm like,
She's
"It melted." She is like, I love her, but like, she's just like a little. She's basically like a little sister to me, and like, but she's not the brightest crayon in the box, and she still wouldn't get that. Like, I literally said, we said that to her, she still didn't get that either, but we still love her. It doesn't help that she had a very sheltered life, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that would do it. But no, it's a nice grape slushy with Nerds candy in it.
One I had we had put mixed pop rocks in it. It was a very interesting concoction.
Yeah, I've had something like that before. That's pretty interesting.
Yep. Though for me, I can't just get like a slushy with just one flavor. I'm afraid. I'm that madman that will mix all the flavors. Those random like moments of just dead silence.
Sorry, I was having a nice drink.
You're good. You're good.
How was your week?
Good. Just a lot going on. I feel bad for my brother because he had a medical thing happen, and the current fire chief, even though it's under their medical leave things, he clearly qualifies for paid medical leave. Their current fire chief basically has been denying any form of leave, of paid leave, period. No matter what it is, even if it's under their contract, he has been fighting tooth and nail. The fact that the mayor is even this guy. This is his last. This is his last couple months as being fire chief. He is going to be blacklisted. He can never be hired by any form of fire department in the country. And mainly because of the way he treats the firefighters. He basically tries to find every kind of way to screw them over as possible. And they don't know why. No one. He's never. They've tried. They've even asked him right straight out. It's like, why do you do this? He's like, his response, because I can.
But no.
Yeah. So my brother's right now for the next couple of, or maybe another month or two, is going to be on unpaid leave because there's nothing that the right now the firefighters union, they're trying to fight for it, but until things move forward, he's on unpaid leave for the next month. So the family's kind of trying to help support him right now. So that's fun.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. As for me personally, just a lot of dealing with house stuff. I came in one morning, I was like trying to figure out why my dog was barking at his blanket. Turn on the light, it's covered in ants.
Oh.
Yep, apparently one of his somebody left his Kong toy down that had some of the little frozen stuff in it, and somehow ants got into the house, which we're still trying to figure out how we're like, how? We spray regularly and everything, so we had to clean that. I couldn't find the ant spray, so I had to get the sprayable Dawn dish soap and just spray the entire thing. It worked.
I mean, when you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, it worked. It killed the ants instantly, which I'm like, thank you, Dawn dish soap spray. But yeah, it's like I had to deal with that. I had to basically go put stuff around the property in the house to make sure there weren't any more ants. It puts, like, when you find ants in your house, it's like it makes you put that bug in you, or you want to just clean everything. It's like, no. I think that's one of my those little instinctual fears is waking up being covered in ants. Like the freaking scenes from The Mummy. It's like, ah. And of course, then we got HHN coming up, so yay.
Yay.
Yep, apparently they, did you hear what they're doing with the team member tickets now? For HHN, you had to sign up for them, apparently, and they only, announced it, a week prior. Yeah, and they didn't even send an email on it. They just put it on the UO team website.
Oh, is it the same thing that they were doing last year?
Yeah, but last year they sent the email about it. This year they didn't even bother sending an email.
Fun.
And it's a first come, first serve. So they might, but because of the complaints about them not notifying team members, they may actually have to do it again. According to my contact in the team member resources building.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's because again they didn't send an email out saying, "Hey, team members, don't forget to sign up for your HHN tickets." This year they're like, "Oh, well, maybe if we just don't say anything about it, we won't have to worry about team members trying to get tickets, and we can sell more of our own."
Well, the funny thing is, team members still make up like a good 20% of their actual. Like,
Yeah, but remember, we have a lot of new people that are in that level that are trying to get brownie points, so they're making these stupid moves. It's like with the whole different departments hours thing. That whole situation was done because this one girl is trying to get brownie points with somebody up in corporate.
Yeah, there's we've got new management over in attractions, like for my area.
I heard some rumblings about that.
Yeah, like my interaction with her, she's been nice, but apparently she's trying to like shake up the entirety of Jurassic.
But yep.
Like, she wants to like reclassify a whole bunch of stuff and get like, even though the ride is built with metal detectors, purpose built for them, apparently we're not a metal detection venue.
Yeah.
But the ironic thing is we catch more stuff than security ever does.
Oh yeah. When I was over at Rat Velocicoaster helping out the multiple times, because a lot of times when I was in attractions, they'd actually send me to Velocicoaster to help out. I'd be at the locker check area, and basically making sure, like, hey, you gotta put your stuff in the locker, pour out your drink, like stuff like that. Metal detectors would send people back multiple times, and they had actually had a couple of times had to call security because people had stuff that they shouldn't have even been able to bring into the park.
Yeah.
Like the one guy that had a multi-tool that didn't. It was a multi-tool that the only tool part on it was the pliers. The rest of them were pointy Sharpie objects. And he says, "Oh, it's my recreational tool."
Recreational pliers.
And one of the blades had a double collapsible, making it twice the legal length. Yeah. And yet security said when he got through, and apparently, according to the guy, he went through security. Security pulled it out, unfolded it, even gave it back to him, said, "Yeah, that's fine."
What? I hope that they were.
And he apparently. Later I found out later because my friends that work in security, both at Sea or everything, and they can't. And I asked them like, "Hey, how was that?" I was like, "Oh yeah, that guy got fired."
Not to say, like, that easily, that guy could have like used that as a means for a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. The apparently, like he apparently messaged him, private messaged him afterwards after he was like obviously fired, and he's like, apparently the dude apparently has it in his own head that like people should be able to bring whatever they want into the theme parks. It's none of our business. The dude was like in his 50s. It was one of those like good old boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Like, it's our constitutional right. It's like they're infringing on our rights. It's like, sir, you're about to have a heart attack just by staring at me because I'm not doing what you say when you say it. Actually, I remember one of the most interesting situations at Velocicoaster was the guy that forcibly drove his rascal thing through the queue and tried to demand to allow him to ride even though he had a neck brace and everything. And they're like, "No, sir, you are not getting on this ride at all. You're being detained." "I pay my money for my tickets, which means you have to do what I say." That's not how that works, sir.
Sure. Let's get you back to the home.
Like, they just put the freaking Squidward mentality. "We serve food here, sir." The one thing about working in the camp area, when I was in attractions and working in the playground area, you could be a little sarcastic to people. You just had to do it in a nice way, which was so fun. Like, making fun of, like, it was so easy to make fun of adults. Like, but what do you mean I can't ride? This is ride for children. Yes, that are this tall. And you are tall enough to ride every other attraction in the park. But we want to ride this ride. Well, unfortunately, if you don't have someone meeting this requirement, you cannot ride. And then when they storm off, I go, have a Jurassic-tastic day.
Have a Jurassic day.
Oh, the looks they give me, like, it's like, because I could tell from the looks on their faces they knew that I was right and that there was nothing that they could do about it. It's like, you have no power here.
You have no power.
Or the people that would try to hand me their express and would try to walk past me, I'm like, nope. What do you mean, no? I'm like, 1, we do not have express. And 2, you are all too tall. Goodbye. Or the few times I'd help out at Hulk and these guys were like, well, what if we just go run past you? I'm like, then I'll call security. They will escort you off property. You can't do that. Actually, they can, as it says on the back of that ticket in big bold letters. Or the guy that got mad because they used their express tickets. I took them from them and refused to give them back because they were single use. It's like that is why it's like that's why they were so cheap.
Gotta read the fine print.
It's like, well, that's extortion. I'm like, no, you don't know what that word means, do you? Like, oh, that girl was just like, it's like you peaked in high school, didn't you?
Ouch.
Yep. Oh yeah, I had one girl where like another lady even said that to the group. It was this group of guys that like they were clearly like out of just out of high school, but still thought that they could use the way that they acted to get what they wanted. And this girl that was walking, those passing by go into the queue while they were being stopped because it's like, 1, you can't go on a roller coaster with all your crap. 2, you can't go through express without express passes. And 3, we've had too many complaints about you jumping or harassing people in the line, so no. And the woman I was walking in, literally said that, like, it's sad that you've all peaked in high school. And walked right past them. The looks on their faces were like, huh?
I don't know what those words mean.
Yeah, it didn't help that they had that wannabe Jersey Shore look. So how the boat's doing, by the way?
I think he's talking to you, Aaron.
Oh, what?
Yep. How are the boats doing? How's it with the boats?
You're there.
No crazy
Leave it
stuff
at
recently?
I'm leaving it at that.
Oh boy. Oh gosh. I can only imagine the stupidity you gotta deal with. It's like I'm pretty sure the stupidity you deal with makes everything us at the theme parks deal with seem trivial.
Not yet. I mean, right now it's our slow season, so we don't have to deal with many people. But I know as soon as the hotel opens, along with the marina, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Ow! Stop. Sorry, dog doing stupid. By the way, you them wanting our evil campaign character sheets has gotten me concerned.
Why is that?
All of us concerned. I think you know, Tim. Come on.
You know exactly why.
Oh, you accused me so harshly. All I know is that Justin wanted like Kesk's updated as well, so I gave him an updated one.
This picture here does not bring me joy.
This picture causes concern. It's like, okay, I want you to create an evil character, extremely OP, can one-shot an army. Now your current D&D characters have to deal with that. Congratulations.
I mean, that sounds a little cliche.
Exactly. And that's why it's gonna happen. We all know it. You know it. I know it. The viewers know it.
I was going to say it's the cliche of, your level 20 character. They've gotten all the fame, all the fortune. They've defeated the big bad evil guy. They've done everything in the land. What else is there to do? Become the next big bad evil guy in the next campaign. They've fallen from grace.
Yep.
It's like,
God.
your guy was the paladin. He was the highest rank in his order. Oh, he's become an oathbreaker because he messed up badly.
Yeah, there's a campaign I like to watch that they actually had someone on online that animates some of their moments, and one of the characters, he's literally a clown. He looks like a clown, acts like a clown, but there's something definitely very not right.
Chuckles?
Yep. It's like, I knew you'd miss me. Be careful what you wish for. And the fact that when they actually got to find Chuckles again, he got turned into a freaking Jack-in-the-Box. Here comes Doorbag. Oh god, that campaign was just nuts. I felt for their DM. She's like, I will kill all of your characters.
And please don't get any ideas.
Well, the if you ever watch any of the videos, you can see how far they push their DM.
Yeah, fortunately you all, you don't really do too much to push me. And what you do is always manageable.
Yeah.
You can change that if you want.
I mean, I always encourage a good challenge. I mean, I always challenge you.
One of the things that they did, she's trying to do this monologue thing, kind of with that NPC, kind of explaining what they're having to deal with, and they just one of the characters, her name is Grella, and she's obviously right, and they're like, there's a gorilla on the loose. It just kept getting worse and worse. That's why when they went into the Fey realm, she basically was like, I need you all to roll a die. Each time they did something, she had them roll certain checks, and mostly 90% of the time they failed. It's like you are now a Jack-in-the-Box. It's you roll. Oh, you failed that roll. Rolls a D100. You for the next 10 for the next so many turns, you now are extremely unlucky. You have disadvantage on all your rolls along with everyone around you within a 20 feet radius. And his reaction, hey everyone, let's stick together. Everyone just glaring at him like, you caused this.
Oh lord.
One of the characters, it's like, oh, you just failed that roll. Rolls her die. You now have a strange hunger for human bones. Uh-oh. Torvag is hungry. Oh god, just remembering that campaign was nuts.
Sounds like it.
I know there's one campaign that I've only gotten to listen to the I think the first the session 0, but it's guess who the DM is?
Oh, who?
Goldblum.
Oh.
Jeff Goldblum.
Wow.
It's very interesting. Like especially with his voice, it was very interesting. Let me double check to see what the name of the campaign is. Called Dark Dice. He plays he also has a character one where he plays actual character, where he's an elven sorcerer.
Very interesting.
Oh no!
What?
My house just shook from the big old clap of thunder.
No, I didn't hear it. Could be that loud.
Well, because this is my good headset, my nice one, so it kind of gets out. Like unless I'm talking in the mic, if I stop talking, it actually mutes the mic.
I mean, I think I have the same thing because I was cooking the other day while I had Ryan and Aaron on the call, basically, and I was like, sorry, like, you're probably hearing all sorts of loud sizzling and popping of my fryers, like, in my freaking pan going off, and they're like, no, we can't hear anything.
What are you talking about, Tim?
Yeah. It's kind of like that.
Okay. Well, if you all want, we can go ahead and get going, because Ryan did say that he was going to be a bit late. Hopefully he'll be on before too terribly long.
Alright.
Well, anything else anyone wants to talk about or say?
Nothing in mind.
And then, without further ado, let us delve back into the adventures in Dundras. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Bardic Halfling Rogue, and Soren, the Druidic Gerbine Cleric. That's what it is.
Hey, give me just a second, guys. I just lost power.
Oh.
The only reason I have connection is because of my phone.
Gotcha. Well, it'll probably be a minute while I get into the intro, but let us know if you continue to be out of power.
Yeah, no worries.
As I was saying, our band of heroes had managed to make their way to Starfall Citadel. From there, they got reacquainted with Fradnir, Dallen's brother, who had made his way to the Citadel, as the party had gathered up to eat their meal and gathered the information left behind by Varis concerning their next destination, Blackheart's Haven. As the party proceeded to learn the location and directions on how to reach there, they were concerned to hear that they hadn't heard from Varis in some time, and neither the Citadel had actually heard from Varis in some time as well, about a week. With concern for his well-being, the party gathered up their things and hurried to his aid, making their way north. Though they hadn't gone far before they had managed to make it to a crossroads and were accosted by a young green dragon looking for a quick meal. This young green dragon, though, got far more than he bargained for when two excellently aimed shots from Milo and a few blows on the ground quickly ended this young dragon's life. Wanting to ensure that this dragon couldn't be reanimated to serve Maldraxxus, the party chopped off its head, stored it inside Murph's, and Soren proceeded to sanctify the body to keep it preserved for the next week, to ensure that nothing would be able to revive it. Afterwards, the party proceeded onward north, making their way in a relatively quiet part of their journey, until eventually they made it to the forest. A large forest expanding the far northeastern side of the continent of Dundras. It even wrapped its way around La Montagne, the large mountain on the eastern side of the continent. The party camped for the night before they gingerly made their way into the forest. Cautiously moving forward, they came across an abandoned backpack with some potions and a bloody note within, but they could not find the owner anywhere, and so they continued to proceed north. Until eventually, after another night of camping, they found their way on a more prominently used road that moved itself eastward. As they were about to follow it, they came across an individual making his way to Blackheart's Haven as well. A trapper by trade, who had a very mysterious and unusual whooping cough. For some reason, he was able to laugh uncontrollably to the point that it was driving him mad. And he claimed that others that proceeded to try and aid him also caught the symptoms as well, but some of them were able to be cured, but for some reason he was not able to shake it. Braving this curious disease, Dain stepped forward and used his divine powers as a paladin to cleanse his body of this disease, and the man was grateful for his aid. Though Dain suggested that he perhaps join them as they went to Blackheart's Haven to ensure they got looked over by a proper physician to ensure that he didn't have any lasting damage. And so together the party grouped up and made their way east, where eventually they made their way to Blackheart's Haven. Deep in the forest, where it was dark and the air smelled old, the party came across the walled village of Blackheart's Haven. Surrounded by a moat of flowing clean water, they could see that the water seemed to flow from a large tree, positioned somewhere to the east of the village. And a drawbridge, the only way in and out of the village, was guarded by a lone doctor in plague doctor's outfit, who greeted the party, informing them they would have to wait outside for a physician to come and attend to them. But informing him of who they were and what they came for, he did a sending inside and inquired about it, to which he got a quick response, and proceeded to inform the party that a Dr. K was requesting them personally. Upon being let in, the party was escorted through the village by a Dr. Redscale, and a very nice, timid dwarf that was explaining them the situation that they were in currently. Eventually, they made it to the quarantine zone, where Redscale told them that they were expecting Dr. K there, but upon not seeing him, he assumed that Dr. K was still busy, and told the party that he was going to help them get to some living quarters for the night, and they could continue their work in the morning. But just as they did, a mysterious figure in black plague doctor's garb and a mask stumbled out from the quarantine zone. The party could hear an audible gasp for air as he seemed to kind of release the oxygen in his lungs and take in fresh oxygen as he hunched, looked to the side, and came up to greet the party. As he took off his mask, he gave a big toothy grin to the party as he looked at them all and said, "Ah, hello, friends." Who is this mysterious Dr. K? Where is Varis in all this? Will the party be able to find him? Find out as we return to the adventures in Dundras. So as it is late out, it is night. Only a few oil lanterns seem to light the very barren streets of this walled village. And this figure stands there before you all, with his mask off. You can see that he's definitely a lizard folk. Pale white scales and blackened eyes. He almost looks like a skeleton in these robes as you look upon him. As he stands there grinning at you all. So, you were the ones that the half-elf spoke of. You are Coleman's company.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
It is us.
I am Gisk. I've been brought to this village to attend to the suffering. Oh, yes. As Red Scale kind of jumps up and kind of joins right next to him. Dr. K has been most invaluable in the efforts to help contain this strange disease. I'm sure that he will have great use for your efforts, as you are most welcome in these times. Yes. Not tonight, though. Kisk has other business to attend to. Perhaps Kisk will find you in the morning. Rest. I must go. As he proceeds to kind of turn and starts walking away.
Oh, this is like a little uncomfortable, like kind of stand in that fidgety way. It's like,
Yeah. Although you give me an insight check as as he was in your presence.
all
Might
right.
now 20 from last session count for this?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and allow that to stand.
Ooh.
22.
This is just kind of be like an atmospheric thing. Yeah, it is doubtful of your feelings, as you all feel the air itself almost kind of return to normal, as you all felt just like it was. Honestly, it was thanks to Talos and Dain being there that you all didn't shirk away in fear. There was something about him. Something about this Kesk that just being near him, you can feel an unsettling darkness and dread around him. Like, just being, even with, like, Talos and Dain being there, you felt unease, like a sense of unease and a little vulnerability. You're not quite sure what it was, but there's some sort of strange aura about this doctor.
Hey guys, why don't you go find room and board for the night? I have some things I would like to take care of before we leave the town, just in case.
Hey, we can do that.
You
Any
don't have to
particular
worry
plans?
about room and board. I shall lead you to your dormitories. As the dwarf Red Scale kind of nods his head at you. Due
Thank
to
you.
the nature of this quarantine, we have to ensure that everyone is in the right and proper places to ensure that nothing is out of line and to ensure that, of course, everyone stays healthy.
Hey, that makes sense. Well, please, lead on.
Right this way, gentlemen. as he proceeds to lead you all down the path.
Dain's gonna follow him.
He continues down a bit down on the cobbled streets, leading you all past a few different districts until eventually you come across a large set of doors. As Red Scale pushes open one of the doors, he indicates you all in, and as you all proceed through, he closes it behind him as you all are presented with like a series of very like closely like there's almost like no gaps in between the buildings before you, as there's just multiple different buildings, lots of doors with multiple different floors, as this kind of expanse spreads a little bit on a straight path before you. As he proceeds to walk down a good distance down the way. Right, most of these are currently occupied by the doctors and other students within the village, but we should have some free dormitories just down here.
Thank you.
As he proceeds to lead you down to almost the very end, where he takes a set of keys out of his bag and proceeds to unlock the door. Here we are. He then proceeds to take one of the two sets of keys off of the ring and hand one of the ring keys to you. There you are. While you're staying here, you may use this key to secure your domicile. We, of course, reserve a key for all the individuals in case of emergencies.
Well.
I'm afraid that you shall have to attend to yourself for food as well as, of course, other amenities, but I'm sure that you are prepared and capable. We do not have very much to spare, as we are currently trying to not only take care of those within the walls that are under quarantine and cannot take care of themselves, but also the refugees that are outside the walls.
That's very much understandable.
As for those masks that you requested, I shall put in a request, seeing as how you will be working with Dr. K directly, and we shall see if we cannot gather you some post-haste.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Just so you're aware that there are going to be this place is meant to, of course, house many doctors that are heading out and about, but of course we do have laws here. So I would ask that if you see any of the vultures, please listen to their every degree. After all, they are the law of the village.
I'm sorry, the what? The vultures?
Oh, pardon me, that is right. You're new to Blackheart's Haven, are you not?
Yes, very.
Around here you shall see robes of different colors roaming about during the daytime. You don't see too much, as it's mostly the crows that tend to be up and about late at night. But you will see 4 different colors. If you see one that wear a sort of blue, a sort of light blue, those are the owls. They tend to specialize in magical remedies and diseases. The crows, like you see myself at Dr. K, your general practice doctors who specialize in mass treatment of diseases, and of course we wear the black colored robes. He kind of indicates to himself. The vultures, they are of course the law and quarantine enforcement. They are skilled at preventing the spread of the chemical-based diseases and are often the only ones allowed to handle the dead. You'll see them wearing white robes with a singular red line that runs from the base of their neck down to their back at the bottom of their robes. So if you think kind of like almost like a Knights Templar uniform, except without obviously the cross.
Ah!
like just like the whiteness and that kind of almost that singular red line.
Okay.
Now, if you are especially, particularly lucky, you might perhaps catch wind of, or sight of the eagles. You see, they are the royal physicians, skilled in long-term magical treatments and disease containment. If you happen to see anyone wearing a purple robe with gold filigree patterns upon it, they are the ones that you will in particularly want to pay attention to, and perhaps keep your distance. They tend to follow the direct orders of Elisara, Lady Blackheart. Now, I shall allow you to get settled in. If you need anything, proceed to just call out to any doctor that you see nearby, and they shall be happy to serve you. Good night, gentlemen. As he kind of gives you all a slight bow and proceeds to leave.
Dain's gonna nod his head towards him.
As you all make your way inside the dormitory, you're met with a very stale and very blank canvas of a location. It's got very plain wooden floors and walls. Some mediocre furniture. You see a couple of chairs, a few benches, some tables here and there. And you do see that there is what appears to be a kitchen located near the back as well, with a very generic looking wood stove that has some wood logs nearby it. And you see that along with this there is a stairwell that leads upwards.
I believe we're all in agreement that this Dr. K is
Unsettling?
yes.
Yeah.
Talos is has a very uncomfortable look on it.
Even when we were dealing with the hag, we didn't get this type of feeling.
Agreed. This is going to be a very interesting. We definitely need to find out some more information as possible, but at the same time, with the information that about this illness.
Most definitely.
Definitely have to keep it contained. You can't risk it getting to any of the major city populations like Port-la-Montagne or the capital. Just imagine.
Oh, it would wreak havoc the second it got to the capital. Even Port-la-Montagne, because from Port-la-Montagne it can spread across the entire continent.
Exactly.
Not only because of the shipping, but also the train is almost over at Lancaster.
Agreed. Boy, this is going to be a lot more difficult than I was actually thinking it would be. For now, we best get some. Try finding ourselves to settle in and see if we can find what we came for in the morning.
Hey, that's probably for the best. It's been a long day.
Anyone want to keep watch for the night?
I mean, we're in the city. I don't really think there's much need for a watch. Plus, Milo's out as well right now, so...
True. Still. Talus, like, he's just kind of standing there, like, kind of very, really, like, just like, he's not in a comfortable mood right now.
Naturally.
Like, he's like very like, so he's like he's trying, like, obviously being a paladin in the training, he's disciplined, but still you can tell it's like there's like occasional fidgeting.
And as you two kind of make your way up the stairs, you find yourself kind of curve around to the side, and you see a long hallway that goes to a window that points towards the streets. And alongside this, you see a set of 4 doors, 2 on each side. And when you go to open one of them, you see what looks to be a very small domicile. A comfortably sized room allows you enough space to kind of put your stuff down. A single bed there with a single desk and chair. You also see that there is a very basic looking dresser set aside with another kind of like a room separator that you can tell is meant to be essentially your individual restroom. As you can see that there's a chamber pot there, as well as a bit of a hanger, clothes hanger, to allow you to change your clothes there if you need to be. And so as you two get yourself settled down, we'll head over to Milo. Milo, where are you up to?
Well, considering the unsettling feeling Milo got from Kesk, he's gonna be kind of keeping an eye on him, trying to figure out exactly why he's getting that feeling.
Alrighty, so you're trying to stealth sneak up behind him?
Not necessarily like sneak up behind him, more just kind of like tail him.
I gotcha. Alright. He doesn't seem to notice you as you proceed to kind of follow him. He continues to make his way like down the streets until you watch as he gets back to the quarantine zone. From there, he puts on his mask, and you hear what sounds like a deep intake of breath. Before he then proceeds to open the door and make his way inside. Are you gonna follow him?
Reluctantly, yes.
Alright. As you kind of make your way up to the door, you proceed to kind of open it. And you watch as Kess proceeds to continue down this kind of dark pathway. You don't see hardly any lights on in any of the buildings before you. It seems to be a series of streets that are rather straight and lead to plenty of different domiciles and buildings to the sides. And you watch as he kind of goes up to one where a torch is lit on the entryway, and he proceeds to enter it. Are you continuing to follow him?
Yeah, Milo's gonna try to just kind of open the door very quietly, without like anyone noticing.
Alright, sleight of hand.
Oh, is the door locked?
Oh, this more or less. Well, either sleight of hand or stealth to see about how quietly you can get the door open.
Gotcha.
Alright. Like a quiet as a mouse, you proceed to kind of creak open the door, and as you look inside, you can see what looks to be a domicile that's like has some furniture, but they seem to kind of be moved to the side, out of the way, as it seems that there's been a decent amount of foot traffic coming through from the door to the stairs. You can see that there appears to be what looks to be a kitchen set in the back end of this particular large room that you're in, but from as far as you can tell, it seems to have been not in use for some time, and you currently cannot see Kesk.
I was gonna kind of snoop around, see what this building is exactly.
Alright, do a quick investigation check. Ooh.
Ooh!
You proceed to look around. You immediately can tell, you've been in a few different places. This is for sure the dormitory of students, or like, it's a very basic living, like provided living conditions. You can tell that the kitchen back there is made for someone that can essentially help make their own food as they need to. The furniture you see is very basic, meant for some very short to brief periods of comfort, but it's not intended for long periods of stay. And as you kind of look around, you could definitely tell that like there's a lot of dust accumulating in certain spots. Whereas you can tell that there's like almost no dust between the door and the stairs, indicating that whatever use this place is getting seems to be more focused in the upstairs portion.
Milo will go upstairs then, I suppose.
Right. As you head up the stairs, you're presented with a long hallway with 4 doors, and all of them seem to be closed.
And I'm assuming that by looking at all of them, there's kind of just no indication of which one gets used the most.
No.
Well, in that case, Milo's just gonna try to figure out where the rest of the party is, and since he is not comfortable right now...
Yeah, as you're just standing there, just looking about, like... that initial feeling of unease and vulnerability you felt just being in his presence, like, just being alone and the fact that your mind goes to, he could be in anywhere, the knowledge that you don't know is surprisingly unsettling to you, and you find yourself kind of getting the shivers. And so, as you turn around, give me a quick perception check. As you start to make your way down the stairs, you hear from one of the doors down the hall, and you're not able to quite catch it fully, but you're able to hear.
I'm sorry, what did I hear?
It was very kind of muffled, and especially with the door. Were you unable to hear any of that?
All I heard was soon you'll join me.
No, you just joined Merkul.
Can I do a history on who that is? Or what that is?
A religion check.
Religion? Oh, okay, that's even better.
You know that Merkul is the god of death. He's a very common figure in terms of some churches, as well as like figures of death. You know that his symbol is a pale white human skull.
And can I tell which door that is coming from?
No, you're not able to. You just heard it down the hallway as you were heading down the stairs.
Can I go back up the stairs and kind of just try to listen to see which door it's coming from?
Certainly. As you make your way down, you're kind of keeping an ear out. I'll let that 23 continue to persist. Let me see. Yeah. You hear in the far left door what sounds like some clinking and some moving around. What do you do?
Milo's gonna use his ghost walk ability and kind of just phase through. Not the door, but kind of try to go up to the ceiling.
As you shift and you proceed to kind of float through, you poke your head through, and you see like a curious scene as you see that there appears to be a singular bed, a figure laying in it, and another one that you assume to be Kes standing over him. You also see that there is a dresser nearby that has some what looks to be some medical implements you're not familiar with, and otherwise the room is kind of disheveled. As you kind of look at the figure, you can see some of what was described as the Blackshore fever. You can see around specifically their eyes and their mouth. You can see what appears to be blackening around their skin, as they have a very shallow, very a labored breath. And carrying with that over that perception, as you're kind of like gazing upon this scene, you do not hear Kes breathing at all. Like, you see he's moving about like normal, but he doesn't seem to be like actively breathing. As you watch as he kind of goes over to the vials and takes a few of them, moves them up to his the eye holes of his mask, and shakes a few, proceeds to pour a few, and then takes out a dropper and drops a few of this liquid into the mouth of this individual, and waits a few seconds, after which you kind of hear and then nothing changes. Or you kind of hear kind of a disgruntled before you see as he kind of stands up from the stool that he was sitting on, and as he looks at the individual.
Kes will see if that has anything to improve your condition. If not, then Kes returns upon the morrow. Kes will end your suffering.
As he then proceeds to kind of turn. And are you being a stealthy ghost?
I would like to still be in stealth, please.
Yeah, I'll let that one carry over. You watch as he collects his things, put them in a pouch, and proceeds to pick up from one of his pockets what looks to be a watch, as he kind of looks at it, and then puts it back into his pocket as he quickly moves out of the room, opening the door.
As soon as Milo sees him starting to leave and walk towards the door, he's going to get out of there as well.
Alright. And so, as you kind of, I assume, phase through the roof and make your way outside, you watch as Kes also closes the door and takes a key out and locks it, and proceeds to make his way to the entrance of this area. And as you kind of proceed to follow him, he makes his way through the heavy door. And when he's outside, you hear, as you hear, as he takes a big exhale and breathes back in and out. Before he proceeds to start walking down the street somewhere to the north.
Okay, that's enough. I'm going back, trying to find the rest of the party.
Sounds good. Your ghost form eventually fades off as you make your way down. You kind of follow the direction that you saw them go, but since you didn't follow them, you don't know exactly where they are.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you make your way around, eventually, are you being stealthy at all?
Milo would have been stealthy to get out of the quarantine zones, and I'm pretty sure that's not where he should have been, and would have tried kind of like finding like a guard or something.
Yeah.
To try to find where the rest of the party is staying.
Indeed, and as you are looking about, you see coming out from an alleyway an individual in a white cloth, like a white robe with a singular red line on it, wearing a mask similar to what you saw, like a plague doctor mask, but instead, like the beak of this one seems to be a little bit shorter, a little bit sharper, like a tip to it, as like it almost looks like a vulture's like face to you, as they proceed to look at you and go,
Halt where you are.
Milo will just freeze instantly.
He approaches you.
It's a little late for you to be out and about. Don't you know there's a quarantine? You don't have a mask. Who are you? What business do you have in Blackheart's Haven?
I'm here with Comet's company. We were requested here by a Dr. Varis. I was just trying to get back to my housing accommodations.
Roll a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh no.
So you're stammering and everything else. To him, it would be very sus. Ooh.
I'm scared, okay? I'm sorry.
Big bird looking man.
You kind of like you don't see anything through the eyes as it's dark and like I don't know how many of you have seen Plague Doctor masks, but essentially they're like a mask that covers the entire face with a long beak, and where the eyes are usually some kind of like glass or lens that like essentially like you cannot see their face at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so, expressionless as they are, they look down at you and go,
I see. You must have gotten separated then. I shall get a hold of one of the doctors that were out and about recently. We'll see if we can locate your friends.
Thank you, sir.
as he kind of proceeds to walk you over to what looks to be a guard station. As he kind of goes through what looks to be a logbook, and then he holds his fingers up and kind of does a little somatic components and holds it to his head. And then proceeds to go,
Dr. Red Scares informed me of where your friends are. I was confused as to why you went with them. I shall lead you to them now.
Thank you. I do apologize for getting lost or taken away from them. I won't have it again.
He proceeds to lead you down, as I described earlier, to a set of large doors. He gets through them. You walk all the way down. It's very similar to where you saw the quarantine zone. You take note. Until eventually he leads you to one door, and Talos and Dain, as you are proceeding to get your armor off and get comfortable, you hear a loud rapping on the door.
Who that be?
Probably the ancestral. I'll go have a look.
Alright. Talos continues to, try to get the straps undone.
Soren nervously just looking at you and goes, I don't like this place. It's kind of creepy.
Alright, I agree with you on that. Though I think it's more because of all the sickness that's happening now.
As you make your way down and open up the door, Dain, you get greeted by an individual with kind of a shorter pointed beak, mask with a white rose and a red line. he goes, "Apologies for bothering you, but I believe I have your compatriot here who got lost out in the city." As he looks down and you see Milo there.
Milo. Wonder where you gotten off to?
Yeah, I got lost. Guys took a turn and I couldn't figure out which turn it was.
My apologies.
Thank you, sir, for bringing me back here.
Of course, it is my duty. Take care not to get lost again. The streets can
Yes,
be
sir.
winding, and especially it could be dangerous in case you accidentally walk into the quarantine zones.
Why is that?
Now, you don't want to catch the Black Shore fever, do you?
No, of course not.
Well, be very careful then. It is highly contagious, and if anyone is suspected of having it, we have to be locked up immediately and observed for 2 weeks at least.
Interesting. Alright, good to know.
Have a good night. As he then turns and makes his way down the street.
Have a pleasant evening. Once Milo's inside, Dain's just gonna close the door.
I was just sitting over here sweating bullets now.
So how was your wanderings?
It was alright. Not much to note.
Fair enough. Did you learn anything about our newfound friend?
Not really. It looked like he was tending to a patient, but outside of that, that's all I got.
Well, I'm going to turn myself in for the night. Hopefully we can find Varis in the morning.
Hey, hopefully so. Would be nice to chat to him again.
Great. I'm a bit worried about him. Not just with this plague thing, but also for the fact that I'm worried that he might be working himself to exhaustion.
Hey, it would not be good.
So you all make your way to, if you want to, your individual rooms. And from there, anything you would be doing before heading to bed?
How much time do we have before we would need to go to bed for a long rest?
I would say probably have. It got quite late and you were out a little bit. About 1 to 2 hours, give or take.
Okay.
2 hours at most.
I was gonna go ahead and read for 2 hours then.
Alright.
Also gonna be doing his prayers prior and that before going to bed, as well as doing a little bit of writing in his personal journal.
Sounds good.
He might also, he'll also send like an update message with his sending some to his sisters on his situation and so like that he's okay and everything. Being a concerned big brother.
Like you send to her in particular, or
Miss.
Look at something else. Okay. So you said you were writing a letter, or you were doing a sending to your sister?
Sending stone.
Gotcha.
It's easier.
I
It's
gotcha.
like, yeah, it's like because like he's like Talos is gonna be writing in his book, obviously, and like for like his own personal journal of like their travels and what they found and everything. But he's obviously gonna like want to probably send a direct message like to his sister. It's a lot easier for him to update them on that the situation like that.
Sounds good. And what she would kind of get back to you would essentially be that she is also well. Her team have established a base on the western coast of Dundras and have been spanning the coasts north and south, trying to find exactly where the rumors of the cultists are located.
Talos obviously be both at professionally, but also as a brother, worried about them, but also having faith that Bahamut will guide them well.
Mm-hmm. And then, as for you, Dain, was there anything that you would be doing?
Was it Dane's just gonna be? Was it Dane's just gonna be like using his gemsmith tools and like sorting out a couple gems from the stash, and also just looking over the letter from Blackspire.
Sounds good. Eventually, after a couple hours, you all feel rest calling to you, and so you all proceed to head to bed. And I assume you all you don't have a watch, you're just gonna go and do a long rest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. You all benefit from a long rest?
It's like we wake up and Kesk is standing over us menacingly.
That, please.
It's like Talos it's like suddenly like the light of the sun just appears in the room. Like, I kid.
Are you sure about that?
No, there's no windows in your room, so it remains rather dark. But
Talos is gonna be like,
but you do hear a rapping on a window, on the window outside.
Talos is kind of like be flopping his hand to the side, trying to get like activate his drift globe. I was like, like.
Blom.
Why the ancestors tell us turn that light out?
Talos gonna lower the light a bit to more like a candlelight level, then go over to the window and kind of.
You open the door, and there's a nice light in the hallway as you look at the window, and you see that there's a stick there wrapping on it.
Talos is gonna look down, like open the window and look down.
As you take a look, you see what appears to be an individual in a very short, like the tiniest beak mask, with blue, like a bit of a light blue robe, with a stick. And as soon as they see you, they raise one of their hands up to wave to you, and then proceed to go over to the next building. And you see as they start to rap on that window.
I think that's I look back into the room and I think we're getting our wake up call. Ugh.
There's a wake-up call?
Apparently, there's one of the I believe doctors is going window to window with a stick, rapping on the windows and making sure everyone's waking up.
It's also probably to make sure that the occupants aren't dead.
True. So Tal stretches and pops his back as he starts heading to start trying to get his gear back on. I might as well get ready. Yeah.
And so, just to verify, you all did indeed get a long rest in, so you can make sure you can tick that off if you hadn't yet, as you all proceed to gear up and make your way downstairs. The windows down there provide a little more light in this, in kind of the common area, as you see that nothing has changed. There's no difference in the way you left it. The kitchen remains unused, and the day is yours.
Very good. So, what's the plan? We try and look around to find Varis, or
I suggest I think we should try finding Varis first. After all, he's the reason why we came here. Though I would say we do, but I think we do need to get those masks before we do go anywhere around the city. I don't want to risk catching anything.
Hey, that's fair. I'd rather, not come down with a plague that even we can't cure.
Agreed.
And as you all kind of proceed towards the door and you open it up, you see that there is a parcel outside on your steps.
What's this?
Talos looks down the hallway, left, right, okay. Talos actually gonna see if there's any notes on it.
As you take a look, you can see that there's a small note on there that says, "For Comet's company, the mask you requested."
Well, it looks like we don't have to go running down looking for those masks. Wait, Talos opens them up. Opens the back parcel up as he brings it in.
And you see that it's a very small parcel, and inside they are kind of packed together very efficiently, very tightly. You pull out a set of 4 masks. One of them, they all seem to be kind of specifically engineered for individuals of your kind. You see that there's one that is a little bit longer for kind of your more of a snouty face. One that seems to kind of not only provide a bit of a an area for the mouth, but it seems to also kind of have a big swoop underneath, as if to contain a beard. And there's a smaller one that tends to be what looks to be for the size of a child, and an even smaller one that has got a little bit of a longer, a little more cloth to it and length to allow perhaps a kind of a smaller snoot. They seem to only cover kind of the your mouth and your nose area. They don't seem to cover up your eyes.
Talos is kind of testing it to see if he can wear both the mask and his helmet. He just puts the mask on, and then sees if he puts his helmet on.
It takes a little bit of like trial and error as you kind of have to fidget with it a little bit. It's a little uncomfortable at first, but eventually you do figure out how to kind of get it tied to the back of your head in a way that your helmet is able to slide over the top of it without pushing the mask down.
Oh yeah. Excellent.
And while wearing these masks, you all have advantage on saving throws against poison and diseases.
Hooray!
Specifically airborne ones, obviously.
Let me add that to my... No, there isn't something actually in the compendium that I can actually add to my my Beyond thing, can I?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm looking through the compendium that I have currently, and don't seem to... There might be one in Tome of Death, but I'm not spending $45.
No. Consider this more of like a homebrew kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, no worries. Then just add that to. All right. Let's add that to my notes.
I assume all you put on the mask.
Yeah.
Very good. So, as you all
Also,
kinda...
Milo's gonna put down his goggles of comprehend languages, trying to just keep his eyes safe as well.
Sounds good. So, yeah, the two of you kind of look over at Milo, and you see that he almost looks like a knockoff Halloween costume of a plague doctor.
Well, better safe than sorry, I guess. Let's go see if we can find Varis.
Hey.
As you all proceed to kind of leave your domicile, you notice that there's a few others leaving their domiciles as well. Most seem to be carrying, having some kind of cloak over their shoulders as they're walking. You see several that have some books tied up with some string that they're carrying at their side as they're proceeding to walk through. You notice that in particular they are not wearing Plague Doctor masks. They have similar cloth masks to what you have as they're making their way to the door and making their way outside of the this particular district.
I'm guessing that some of them might be the volunteer healers.
Hey, possibly.
Maybe students?
Maybe. I'm sure we'll find out about them eventually. Yeah, we might even bump into them on the way to find Varis.
Yeah, possibly. Let's get to it then. Tyler's gonna start looking around, see if he can find someone one of the at least someone that looks like the doctors that we saw before.
As you kind of make your way to the door, you do in fact see a doctor, a plague doctor outfit. Let me double check. Yes. You see one that has black robes and kind of a more generic looking plague doctor mask as he looks at you and goes, "Ah, you must be the new visitors. I have been informed that since you are new here, before you proceed, you are required to receive some vaccinations to ensure that you remain healthy."
Oh. Okay. That was like a little like call off guard, but he's like, oh, okay.
And of course, if you do not yield or do not approve of having these vaccinations, then I must regret to inform you that you shall have to be quarantined in your domicile for the next 2 weeks. All is a simple safety precaution, mind you. As he sees, he's got another assistant next to him. As they
tell us
have like a platter, a very sterile-looking platter, what looks to be some. Well, for you, Milo, you're getting a little bit of flashbacks as these look like cleaner, more official versions of what you stuck in your arm that caused your arm to turn into basically a weapon on your body. You can recognize as some strange vials with needles at the end of them, and a plunger at the other end.
Well, two of my companions and I are paladins. Would we still have to deal with needles?
Mandatory for all, I'm afraid.
Tell us if I have to do it, you have to do it. Come on.
Very well.
Hey, I mean, if it keeps us from getting this blasted plague.
True.
Unfortunately, there's no guarantee about the plague, though some of our studies have proven that it seems to potentially ward off some of its earliest effects and keep some members healthy.
Well, that's good.
Left arm or right arm?
Tyler's just gonna hold out his right arm. It's like he has to obviously take off his gauntlet, the gauntlets and some of the layers and stuff. It's like he wasn't expecting to get shots today.
So as each of you kind of reveal your arms, they proceed to take the needle, and you watch as they kind of remove some of the air, and you watch as they a little bit of fluid comes out the top, and they kind of flick the needle part of it in order to get rid of that extra liquid before, and they go up to you as they go. Now, this might sting a bit, and I would recommend afterwards you proceed to flex your arm to ensure that you don't, it doesn't get too terribly sore.
Talos nods, he's Talos, because of, obviously, with, some of his upbringing, he's had a few, quote, shots before, but,
all of you roll me Constitution saving throws as you all get your shots.
Yeah, it's still something that he's not gonna enjoy.
Milo just take the needle from the doctor and just do it himself.
As you reach,
Dain got a nat 20.
Yeah,
damn.
As you reach for it, he'll kind of hold it back and go, now, I am a trained professional with this. I would recommend that I do it to ensure that it is administered properly.
I've done this before, don't worry about it.
And persuasion?
Can I have advantage since I actually have done this before?
Well, he doesn't know that. Oh. Well, you seem very confident about it. Here, as he hands it to you, and as you kind of hold it, roll me a medicine check to administer it. Ooh.
And Milo just jam it right into his arm, just press down really fast on the end of it, clearly making it look like he has no idea what the fuck he's doing, but still somehow doing it properly.
Yeah, you do that, and he kind of jolts a little bit. Oh, by the gods! But then, as you kind of do that, and he leans down a hand to put the a cotton swab and some bandage on it, he kind of looks and goes, "Oh, actually, that was quite well done. Are you a medical professional?"
Yes, I am. That's why I was sent here.
Of a sort.
Good lord. As I suspected. Though I will say that your manner of inserting it was a little on the sloppy side. I'm afraid that you might receive a bit of quite a decent bit more soreness from this session later, but I will say well done. I'm sure you will do well at the academy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he's a lot of his work has been done with on the battlefield, so I kind of like shrug at that.
Oh, battle magic. Very interesting. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw as you take this, Milo.
I thought I already did. Oh, I did not. Never mind.
Okay, I
No.
don't think so. Ooh.
Yikes.
So, Dain, like, you take this shot in and, like a champ, like, you don't really even feel the needle. Like, it goes in, it goes out, and you're just like, oh, are we done already? Talos...
Wait, there was an ejection?
You feel it, a little bit of a prick as it makes its way past your scales. It's an odd sensation. You're not quite used to it as, like, normally, like, aside from just a normal battle, you don't normally have things that get into under your scales, and it's a little odd sensation, but you handle it like a champ. Milo, after you insert the needle into you and everything else, you put on a good show with that deception, but once the doctors leave, you immediately start to feel a little nauseous as you're just like, oh, needles, ooh. And as doing it yourself, you start to immediately feel soreness in your arm. Like, which arm did you? I assume you probably went with your right arm since your left arm is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You start to feel your right arm become very sore, and so you may have to make some checks with disadvantage. Any that may require arm use, it'll require some disadvantage.
Fair enough.
And so you all are vaccinated. I guess I should roll for Soren since Ryan isn't quite here yet. No, he's not today, so I'll pull up his character and have him roll. He also has a similar one where he's not feeling too well and he is also sore, so he kind of goes, ah.
Well, he's so tiny.
Like, that was new. Alright, so with that, you all have that basic thing covered from what they require.
Now we gotta stay in here for how many weeks?
That's only if we catch the disease. Don't say that.
Yeah, if you didn't take this particular vaccine, you would have been forced to a 2-week isolation.
Ah. All right. And did the doctors already got leave, or?
Yes. After administering the shots, they went to go and take care of their utensils.
Damn, should have it's like Talos just realized, like, damn, we should have asked them to see if they knew where Varis was. Oh well. Talos flexes his arm a bit and puts on back his gauntlet. Oh. We'll see if we can find another one of them, see if they might know where Varis is.
Hey, I'm sure we can ask someone.
As you look around, you actually feel the brush of air as an individual and some basic scholarly robes kind of moves past you and starts to make their way down the street. As you just watch as they go by, they continue to walk.
Pardon, I kind of try to catch up a little bit with him. Pardon, you wouldn't happen to
look back at you and go, sorry.
Apologies. You wouldn't happen to know an elf by the name of Varis, would you?
Can't say that I do. Are they a student at the university, or are they a doctor?
Well, they were sent.
They're a
They didn't
doctor.
come here to. There we go. They were here to assist with the current situation down here.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I don't recognize the name. There's a lot of doctors here. As he kind of holds up his books, working to become one myself. Well, perhaps you could head to the university with me. I can show you the way. It's where all of us kind of learn, and it's the location where we have all of our medical doctrines and all of the manuscripts that we use to learn from. Perhaps he might be there studying.
Oh, excellent. Well, leave the way then.
Certainly. Can't be late, as he kind of turns and has a nice brisk pace towards what looks to be the southeastern part of the village. City. As he kind of continues to walk that way, he goes, "So, are you also here studying? I mean, are you looking to be under the tutelage of this Dr. Elf Varis person?"
Actually, I'm a medical doctor now. Or sorry, have been, but recently granted the title properly.
Oh, well, congratulations, Doctor. I'm sure that well, perhaps you might have some words of encouragement, or perhaps something to help, give me some inspiration.
I'm gonna cast a bark inspiration on him.
And what do you say?
All you have to do is just stab the needle into them and press down. That's all it is.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh.
Talon's gonna be rolling his eyes like, oh boy.
I see. You just go for it.
Yes.
That is very inspiring. Thank you, Doctor.
Talon's just gonna be like rolling his eyes like.
Well, so I assume then you're wanting to work with his practice then, whereas the rest of you, he only really sees you, Dain, and you, Tal. He doesn't see Soren. Soren's kind of hiding right now. He looks at you two. He's like, "Oh, you two seem rather heavily armed to be."
Well, we're former we're companions of his. We're here for more of a request by him to assist him with something. So we were dispatched on other business when we got his message. So.
Oh, so you're like mercenaries?
Paladins.
His eyes kind of widen a little bit. Oh, paladins! Wow, I haven't seen hardly any of you in a long time.
Yes. Most of the paladin orders are quite busy these days. But of course, when a friend calls, we answer.
Wow, what an honor. That's a pleasure to see you all. As he kind of points up ahead. Here's the university. I'd love to stay and chat more. I mean, maybe I'll try to find you after my classes.
Well, good luck with your classes.
Thank you. Good luck finding your friend, as he waves and runs in. You all see what appears to be a very thick stone, cobblestone, bricked building before you. For best as what you can tell, it's definitely if you've ever seen a very old style university, this is almost a spitting image of that. You can see that there's a few open spots in the front of it, some trees, some grass, where you see the grass is matted down, perhaps by people trying to sit down there and study. You see they have a nice what looks like large doors that kind of open up to the interior of the building. They're currently standing open. They have an almost kind of a square shape going all the way up until it kind of rounds off towards the center and the top. And in front of the university, you can see a very interesting symbol. Let me double check my notes here. You see what appears to be an oak leaf statue, like a statue that it's like a stone base that rises up to what appears to be just. Give me a religion check.
All right. Religion. Natural 20.
Wow. As you all proceed to kind of look at the symbol, did you not roll, Dain?
My apologies. Which one am I rolling?
Religion.
Religion.
11. You see what appears to be kind of like a statue you've never seen before. As for you, Talos, and you, Milo, like especially you, Talos, like you both recognize a conglomerate of symbols, kind of almost combined into one, which, to your best of your knowledge, you've seen that it's probably indicative that multiple different pantheons and multiple different sources seem to be symbolized in this one visage, perhaps symbolizing a unity of work. Amongst it, you do see that there is an oak leaf that you recognize to be a symbol of Sylvanus, the god of nature. You also notice that there's, behind it, at the very back, a circle with 7 stars encircling what looks to be a single star that you seem to recognize that as the symbol of Mystra, the goddess of magic. And there's a few others as well, multiple different versions. You see one that has what looks to almost be a road traveling up to the symbols that you can kind of recognize. You kind of assume it to be kind of similar to Lathander, the god of birth and renewal. There's all sorts of just kind of different symbols conglomerated to one that still makes sense, and you're able to identify every single one as being parts of different gods, different symbolizing of something else. It is a very interesting, unique statue.
Huh. Quite curious.
One in particular that kind of catches your eye on this is 3 teardrops on a triangle, which you recognize that to be the symbol of Talona, goddess of disease and poison.
Now, why would they have that there? Sigil of the goddess of disease on a place of healing.
I mean, the best way to conquer your enemy is to know them, so I mean, probably wouldn't hurt knowing.
True. Well, the best way to cure an illness or disease must be a way, would be to know as much about it as possible. As you said. Well, I'll best see if we can move forward then. And I go to enter.
As you walk through the open doors, you see a few what looks to be students making their way down to a couple halls, and there's a reception desk with an individual there kind of going over some tomes. But you see that the hallway is quickly empty as suddenly the doors behind you close magically.
Talos is a little like when it comes to like magical doors, things like that just like do close on their own. Talos is a little bit more wary about those. Like, okay.
And after the echo of the door closing kind of rings through the halls and around you, it becomes very quiet, save for a little bit of a scratching noise you hear coming from the secretary's desk.
Start making my way to the secretary.
As you make your way up, you see a lovely-looking elf who is currently going over some parchment. You see a feather quill in her hand as she's scratching words and whatnot onto the parchment. She kind of stops and looks up at you. Classes, I'm sorry, but classes have already started. You're gonna have to. Hello.
Pardon. We're members of Comet's company. We're here on the request of Varis.
She starts to look through her papers. I'm afraid I don't have any formal invitation sent out. What class would he be teaching?
He had actually arrived to assist with us on an investigation he was on, and messaged us to arrive here due to him assisting.
Oh, is he one of the doctors?
I would believe so. He's a comrade of ours. His studies have taken him many different ways, so it's hard to say what he isn't.
Very good. Do you know his full name?
I'm gonna have to roll a history check on that.
Go for it. He's Varis.
I would use one of my luck counters. That's not even better. That's even worse. God.
Dain, please know Varys' last name. God damn.
Dain, you know that Varis introduced himself as Varis Brightwood.
God, my brain. Like, Talos is like, I'll be like, it kind of it's like clearly trying to like double check. It's like
your eyes are darting around in this unfamiliar situation. You're just like, he's just Varis.
It's been a while, but I seem to remember he introduced himself to us a long time ago as Varis
Brightwood.
Brightwood, my bad.
Varis Brightwood.
Like I said, it's been a while.
Yeah, so it's almost been a few months, hasn't it?
She proceeds to kind of go through another logbook, essentially. Yes, here. I do have a Varis Brightwood that clocked in for the library, though I don't see that he ever signed himself out. Perhaps he might still be there? She kind of scratches her confused.
Can
He might.
you show us where the library is?
He may actually still be there. He gets a bit deep into his studies. Like I put emphasis on the deep into his study, like showing that like he get near fanatical. Like,
didn't we find him in the library one day? That he'd been sitting there for like a week.
Yeah.
Very studious doctor, then. Yes. If I could just get all of your names, I'll log you in as well. That way, unfortunately, due to the recent things, we have to be keeping track of all of the individuals that have been coming in and out to help get better keep track of them.
Of course.
If they catch anything, that we're able to catch it early and accommodate them, or help be able to help locate them.
Of course. I'm Talos Shax.
I am Dr. Highhill.
Doctor, and then first name?
Milo.
Dr. Milo Highhill. Then she kind of cocks her head and looks at you a bit. Did you forget your mask, Doctor?
He's a battle.
You seem to be wearing a normal mask.
This
He's
is
a
all that they
battlefield.
provided me, unfortunately.
He's a battlefield medic, so.
Oh, okay, very good. And she kind of notates that. And she looks over at you, Dain.
Dain Blackspire.
Dain Blackspire. She looks at that name. Nope, she doesn't recognize anything about it.
Has no idea.
You wouldn't have to be part of House Shax, would you? As she looks over, you tell us.
I am. I show her my house sigil.
Oh, very interesting. I believe you may have had some of your family come and study here quite some time ago.
What was it then? Young elf woman.
Let me see. She kind of thinks and remembers. I'm afraid I can't quite recall. I just remember seeing the name Shax come up frequently.
If it was, it most likely was one of my sisters.
It possibly could have been. Okay, an honor to have another Shax in the facility.
Like, I give a respectful, like, little slight bow, like.
And Soren kind of pokes his head up. Oh.
This is Soren. I don't think you ever told us your last name.
Moonberry. Soren Moonberry. And he kind of looks at her and goes, Do you want a drink? And she kind of looks at him and goes, a drink? Well, I do have some tea over here. And she kind of holds out a flask. I made this myself. As she kind of looks at it and goes, oh, thank you, little one, but I probably shouldn't be working and drinking at the same time.
Come now, hold up. I kind of pat like Soren a little bit on his head. It's like that will be for later.
Oh,
Probably.
Come on, I do it all the time. What are you talking about?
She kind of gives you a squinty eye. Goes, you drink while you're practicing, sir?
I'm a battlefield medic. You kind of have to do what you gotta do, alright? You don't
Tro-
know this
the
shit
things
I've
that-
seen.
Being battlefields are sometimes the alcohol does tend to help to numb the nerves occasionally. I kind of give like a grimaced look of like a more of a look of like best not to ask too many questions about battlefield stuff.
Grimace through your masked face.
Oh, it's kind of like they're showing through the eyes, like that look like that scrinched
If you want to
eyes.
hear stories, I'll be more than happy to tell you.
Oh, I hear plenty from some of the ones that, describe to me some of their studies and what they've learned, and, no judgments here, just it's clear that you didn't study at our facility. Now, I have all your names down. The library will be just down your hall to the right there. You'll want to go about 30 paces, and then there'll be a hallway you'll want to turn to your left. From there, you'll need to go up a set of stairs, and from there, you'll need to go right and to the left after that. For that, afterwards, you have to pass several different classrooms, and eventually, at the end of that hall, you will find yourself at the library.
Carlos just blinks, like.
Alright, so let me get this straight. Up, up, down, down, left, right, right?
Yes, I'm glad you got it.
Okay.
Like Talos is looking at Milo like, you got all that?
And then she scratches something else and hands it over to you. Yeah, you'll want to present this at the door as to show that you've been given a temporary pass to the library.
Thank you.
As you look at it, it looks like absolute chicken scratch. You cannot understand.
Oh, hey, let me read that. I'm a doctor. I'm gonna be able to decipher this.
I hold it out to Milo.
Oh, what even check would this be? Give me a history check.
Shorthand, oh god. I can read my own shorthand. I can't read anybody else's shorthand.
As you take a look at it, it is almost indecipherable. You're able to catch like what you assume to be the word pass.
Oh yes, pass. This is perfect. Thank you.
Once again, thank you.
Most welcome. Be safe. If you need any help, just seek out any of the doctors that are in the classrooms. Just I would ask that you don't interrupt their studies. Several of them are in very, very vital, very important work.
We'll be sure not to disturb them.
Tusk gives a respectful nod and turns to Milo. Lead on.
I'm sorry, that is Dr. Highhill to you from now on?
Very well, Doctor. Lead on. Please.
Alright. But roll me a survival check.
Oh god. Can I rather do a history or insight, just because of she just told us?
Survival or history. Since you did roll high enough in history you rolled high enough to be able to actually take what she said in. Alright. It's slow going, as this is a very unfamiliar scene to you. There's a lot of stone hallways, and it is surprisingly clean and sterile in this facility as you're walking about. You go past some doors, and you see most are kind of solid wood doors. Oh, Dain was maybe paying even closer attention. A few times when you start to turn off track, Milo, Dain will kind of like tap your shoulder, be like, "Oh, no."
Dain's also looking at the stonework as well, and just sees where, like, mostly where people are going as well, just by like handprints and stuff on the walls.
You can see that while the floor is very clean, you see that there are several grooves closer to the center than on the sides, indicating that high volume traffic, I think, traveling through this. And the stonework, as you're taking a look at it, you can tell that like this stone is fairly old. It's at least been here for a few decades, so it's heavy use. And a few of the doors as you're passing by, you do see what looks to be actual glass set into the door itself, something that's a little unusual to see. You're not used to kind of like glass is a bit of a novelty for windows themselves or for like very special occasions. Seeing them on an actual door is rather strange, but as you look inside, you can see what looks to be a plague doctor outfit of an individual. Specifically, yeah, this one will be a light blue, what you recognize to be an owl. You see one of the owls currently motioning over what it appears to be a body, as they're kind of pointing things out on this table, as you see a set of students with some quails out and whatnot, taking notes on desk. For whoever wants to, you can do a history or insight check on that body. 19. So for that 19, Milo, as you're taking a look with your insight, you can tell that this is definitely a body that they're pointing at, but you can tell that they're from the distance. It is slightly mummified and seems to have been dead a long time. You can tell that perhaps that this particular body was intended for what it is, whereas Dain, as you look inside, you remember hearing from some of your friends back at the hole that at some facilities, doctors would train using cadavers, bodies that have been preserved specifically with the intent for medical research. And as you kind of take a look at that, you kind of immediately get that sense of like, oh, they're looking over a cadaver for their studies.
With an 18 as well, would Dain also kind of smell the actual smell of the cadaver and be just like, that's the same stuff that they use to preserve the Hydra head?
Yes, I would say that as you get close to it, the door isn't fully sealed. Obviously, there's a bit of air able to go through. You definitely smell that formaldehyde smell.
Oof. Yep, there's definitely formaldehyde in there.
Talos, give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh God.
You get a whiff of that smell, and you start to have some PTSD from your incident with the formaldehyde.
Oh, I move faster away from that door.
As you all proceed to make your way up some stairs, you continue to follow the directions of Milo and Dain, until eventually you see a set of doors with some iron bars for windows on it. And as you proceed to kind of open up that door, there is a sign above it that you can immediately read in several different languages. Anyone wants you can roll a history to kind of see if you recognize what languages, but otherwise you can see one in common. Yeah.
Alright.
You are able to recognize some of the basic ones. You see some elvish-looking writing. Soren. Wait, when did you sneak in here?
A couple minutes ago.
So, whatever languages that each of you know, you're able to immediately recognize as saying library in those particular tongues. Now, with the 19 checks, you're able to actually identify several more. Along with the fact that you recognize Elvish, you recognize some Draconic in there, Common. You don't understand them, but you can understand some of the text for Dwarvish. You see some Giant mixed in there. You see, for you, Milo, you're surprised because you actually see Halfling on there.
Do I see any in Thieves' Cant, which is going to make Milo even more concerned?
No, you do not see any in Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
But the Halfling, it's definitely interesting to you because, you're not used to seeing halfling text just kind of out and about. It's usually something that is only spoken. You don't normally see it written. And so as you kind of open up the door, you all don't even hear it. You just, it almost feels like you're pulling on something as if it's gliding on air itself. There's no creaking. There's no noise at all. It is incredibly silent. And as you make your way in, you notice an individual sitting at a desk and rows and rows of books. You see that it goes up and down, from where you are, you see that there are a set of stairs that go to the left and right of you as soon as you open the door, down to the bottom floor, where you see that there are bookshelves that go from your level up at least another 2 levels, and then down what looks to be 2 levels. And there are different, several different levels of what appear to be balconies situated some, and you see several different ladders that are spread out in different places. And you see that, I'm not sure how many of you have been into one of these, but if you've ever been into some older libraries, there are some that have these ladders that are on these rails. And essentially these ladders are set up on these, they have wheels on the bottom and sometimes in their top, sometimes in in the middle if they need the extra support. And they're situated on these rails to allow you to slide the ladder left or right so that you can go anywhere and reach wherever you want. And there are several of these situated throughout this particular library as well. And you see actually one individual currently getting off a ladder and then pushing the ladder, which you don't even hear, just you watch as they move the ladder over and situate it before you see as they kind of reach down and they flick something near the bottom and then proceed to climb up the ladder to retrieve another book. At this time, aside from a couple individuals that are here and there, you only see the individual at the desk currently.
Well, this is definitely a rather expansive-looking library.
I mean, for a place of this size and the knowledge that they would prefer to have, it's understandable.
Oh, aye, but still, like, I don't think Blackspear is as many books. And again, we mine a lot of the time.
Yeah, this is a lot more than the library that I've seen. Granted, the library in the capital for the Paladin Orders was quite advanced, but I was only allowed to go into certain small...
You suddenly feel your words fail as, like, it becomes, like, you see each other starting to talk, but you don't hear any noise.
Oh.
As you're confused, you look around, you see an individual at the desk point their finger up at you, and then they proceed to kind of lower it, and then indicate their hand and move their finger to their lips as they, like, do the universal symbol for shh.
Oh. Like, Talos nods and kind of looks to the others and gives the similar, like...
Suddenly the tinnitus in your ears gives way to the sound of the normal library as you feel the silence go away.
I was gonna whisper, "We need to be quiet."
I was gonna slap Talos. And Miles gonna put up his finger to be quiet.
You do know that the individual, the human at the desk, didn't seem to take any action or anything when you were whispering. So what do you all do?
Dr. Hylel's gonna walk over to the librarian, or at least who I'm assuming is the librarian, and ask if she's seen a Varis Brightwood.
As you walk up, you see what looks to be a bit of an older female human. She's got long, wavy brown hair, some kind of some rough, pocketed skin. You can tell that she's probably about 4'9", and she is in what looks to be kind of like a simple brown dress. And she has glasses on her face. She kind of looks at you. On her desk, you see there's a sign that says Head Librarian Drusilla Allenkey. As you kind of approach her, she goes, "Yes. Is there a particular book that you're looking for, sir?"
No, I'm actually here to try to find a Varis Brightwood. Do you remember seeing a person like this? Half-elf, probably, think middle-aged? Like, it's hard for me to tell with the elves, to be quite honest.
I do believe, but first, you do not appear to be students here. Have you been granted a pass?
Yes, as Milo will pull out the pass.
She kind of pulls it up to her face and squints a leg, goes, "Very good. It seems that secretary let you in." "Yes. Dr. Brightwood was here several days ago. It seemed that he was indicating that he wanted to remain here overnight, and so we locked him into the library."
Do you know if he's still here by chance?
I personally have not quite gone and looked for him, but he did have himself a corner. And she kind of points over there that he had set himself up with several books.
Alrighty then. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. When you see him, could you tell him that it is about time that he cleaned up? Some of those volumes are going to be required for some of the next semester's work.
I'll try to tell him. He's very in depth with his work.
Thank you, Doctor. And as you all kind of walk by her, she kind of gives a squinting glare at you, Talos.
Tal is gonna be trying to be as quiet and respectful as he can.
And as y'all continue to make your way, like, you weave your way through several smaller, like, bookshelves that are on the ground floor. You see that there are lots of different tables. Also, several of the bookshelves that are on the ground floor are empty, indicating, as you can see, that there are some that almost look as if they have some slots for names there, and some of them do say some names, and you see several that do have their names on a bit of a small, like, handwritten placard. You see above them to be several books that perhaps that they are either holding or waiting to come and check out. And several of the tables, you can see, like, several candles have been, what looks to be several candles, but as you kind of take a closer look, you can immediately tell that whatever these sources of light are magical in a sense, as they don't flicker naturally like a flame would. And several of these tables, they're long tables, spanning like perhaps 10 to 15 feet long, and with multiple chairs on them, just kind of set by their side. And you see a few individuals currently sitting down. Like most of them don't look to be students. You see perhaps one that looks to perhaps be maybe older, maybe almost a graduating like student. A couple of the others, they do appear to be doctors of some kind, as you see several that with black robes, as they appear to be crows. Eventually, as you make your way past them, you do notice what looks to be kind of a more secluded part of the library. You see several large stacks of books on a table.
I was gonna kind of try to like peek his head around the edge of the stack of books, trying to see who's back there.
As you poke your head around, you see no one. You see that there's a chair currently tipped over, and a couple books currently open on the desk.
When you say tipped over, what do you mean? Just like the legs are kind of like...
The legs
like
are
if you...
not on the floor. The back side of the chair is on the floor currently.
Talos is gonna approach as well and kind of look around.
As you begin to investigate, Milo, you notice that like the chair definitely like hit the ground in a bit of a force. It seemed to have bounced a little bit, as it's definitely unnaturally like curved, like someone definitely did not intentionally lay it down. And as you take a look, you can see several different tomes on the book. And one in particular catches your eye, as it seems to have handwriting similar to that of Varis's.
Is there any footprints around by chance?
As you're looking around, you can see that there is a bit of a carpet on the ground, rugs, if you will, kind of scattered throughout the entire library. And as far as you can tell, you do not currently see any footprints.
Of course, it's like this.
And on with that 17, as you kind of have a quick glance over on the desk, aside from the book that you see that Varis is clearly writing in, a journal, if you will, you do notice that there are several different other books, several of which are specifically have the symbol of, what was their name? Hang on. Talona. Several that have the 3 teardrops on a triangle on their spine. And a quick glance at the kind of some of the titles of them indicate to you that he was looking specifically in depth into diseases, poisons, as well as other sicknesses. And several of them provide some, like, you see that there are some bookmarks within several of them.
Well, I got good news and I got bad news. Which do you guys want to hear first?
Bad news first.
Varis isn't here, and it looks like he was forcibly removed from the library.
Oh no.
But hey, good news is that we know Varis was here.
Oh boy, can you track him? Think you can use those tracking skills of yours?
Did you want to roll investigation, Talos?
Sure.
And similar to Milo, as you look around, you see exactly what he saw. The books on the table, the chair tipped over, and you see there's a rug that's on the ground. You notice that there are several other rugs around everywhere else. Either Milo or Talos, you can give me an insight check if you want.
Alright.
Whoa, Milo. As you're looking
Okay.
around with that nat 20, like Talos, you're not able to deter anything with that 15. The nat 20 from Milo. As you're looking around the nearby areas, you happen to notice that the other places that have rugs, they almost seem to be kind of like in a pattern. And this rug over here is off pattern. Like there shouldn't be a rug over in this corner.
Milo, you found anything?
Give me 1 second, Dan. I'm doing my quote-unquote tracking. Oh. Dan left.
Well, he listened very well to you.
God love Discord.
Here, I was expecting Shax to do that.
Yeah, we got power on because but you know we have it on the generator right now. It turns out the reason the power went out was lightning struck a tree farther down the road and caused it to take out some power lines.
Seems like we're all having power issues today.
Yep. That tropical storm really hit my area very quickly and decided these trees need to go.
Yeah, that's a similar thing up here in the Midwest when it was earlier this week, Tuesday or something, I can't remember, had a storm blow through. Apparently in my city it was had the recorded highest wind speed out of the entire storm at 80 miles per hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
In Florida, it's like, we're the lightning capital of the world. Not the state, not the country, the world. The world.
Anyway, yeah, carry on, Milo.
And give me 1 second, I'm doing my quote-unquote tracking that only I can do, apparently. As Milo will then head over to the main librarian, or the head librarian.
She looks over as you approach. Yes,
Sorry. Quick question. Why is that rug over there kind of out of pattern compared to the rest?
She kind of leans over and looks at where you all are. She goes, say, I can't quite know. And she kind of stands up and, like, you don't even hear her footsteps as she kind of, like, begins to walk over there. Did your friend perhaps start to have sore feet and just stole one of the rugs from the next stall over? No, that one in particular was not supposed to have a rug.
Talos goes to and gestures to for him to for if it had permission for him to move the rug.
Yes, I'll take it and move it back to its proper place.
Talos goes and starts to move it.
It comes up easily enough. You have to move kind of one of the chairs over in order to get it off fully, and she kind of takes the rug and begins to move it over to the next stall over. And all of you do a quick perception check as she turns back to the rug and moves away. You all do get this as soon as the rug is moved, you do in fact see a little bit of blood on the stone floor.
I'm gonna look up to everyone and kind of go like, "Oh crap! Look."
Milo, with your 19 perception and your 18 investigation, as you take a look, the splatter count, the splatter pattern of this particular blood, definitely looks like a blow came from the front, and it was a very rough, hard blow, but not any sort of slashing. From what you can tell, there's not enough blood loss here that indicates it to be lethal, but you can definitely tell that it definitely hurt. And the blood itself, as you can tell, it's at this point it's a little bit brown and black. There's only a bit of a rare hint of red left in these stains.
With my investigation, is there a chance I could see how long ago it happened?
That would be more of a medicine check, I would say. Medicine or survival.
No. Well, medicine is 16, so...
Yeah. As you kind of take a look and lean down, you kind of scrape up some of the blood with your fingernail and you kind of rub it in your hands. From best you can tell, this blood has definitely been here for about 6 days or so. Because any sooner than 6, it would probably still have a lot more red to it.
Oh, Varis, where the fuck are you?
And I will say with that 18 as well, as you look around, you see that some of the blood leads out of the area where the rug was covering, but after that, it doesn't seem to be any more blood trail.
I was gonna kind of take a look in the direction of where that blood would have been going. That makes any sense?
From best that you can tell, it seems to be heading towards the main entrance of the library.
Suppose Milo will head over there and try again.
Towards the main entrance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
As you proceed to kind of look on the ground, the head librarian has situated itself down a bit and looking at you curiously as you're very much kind of on the ground, just combing, looking for anything. But you're finding it incredibly difficult as you can immediately tell that there's been heavy traffic through here for the last week. Indicative of perhaps students coming and going, making their way through. It is almost impossible to determine, but you do catch on one of the stairwells leading up to the main door, right on the handrail underneath, perhaps curling around, you catch a little hint of blood there. Not much, but just enough. And as you kind of like trace where it is, you feel that perhaps like there may have been more blood, but where the rest of it would have been has likely been worn away from use, or perhaps even cleaned.
Gotcha. Oh god. Well, it appears there's more blood on this handle here. Anyone else have any ideas, or... As Milo will then look at Talos.
Sorry, my mic got disconnected. I was trying to reconnect it. Talos was gonna actually walk up to the librarian and whisper to her like of what they found and what the situation.
Blood. I must say that sounds quite impossible. There's no fighting with the animal schools. But
It could have been done while he was sequestered in here over the night. He might have been assaulted.
that would be most concerning. Only doctors are allowed here after hours. We're not allowing any students within.
It could have been an involvement of what he was researching.
He was in particular looking into and requested several tomes on diseases and viruses, poisons. He indicated to me that his work was rather secret, as there was a need not to have more panic spread. Unfortunately, I do not know more.
I understand. We do need to probably inform the head doctor or the head of this toilet and what's going on.
I shall get the cleaners over to clean up the mess once you are finished. But I'm afraid that they would have gone through the main door here, up there, and, clearly if there's nobody, then perhaps your friend was supposed to still be alive.
We can hope. So I'm gonna be looking around trying to see if I can. If there's anything I can see. Well, actually, I don't think with that net 20, I don't think I'll be beating anything with that net 20.
Yeah, you can just say that you're looking around for anything. Dain, are you doing anything?
Just gonna help out with them as well.
Sounds
Just look
good.
around. what
Anything
to do.
Soren's doing?
Yeah, help them out as well.
Very good. And how are you two helping in your own unique ways?
I'm gonna be real honest. I came in a little bit late. I'm a bit lost.
Okay, just kind of catch you up a bit. You have yourself a cloth mask that has been provided for you to help give you an advantage on Constitution saving throws against airborne poisons and diseases. And your party's been made their way to the library of the Academy of Blackheart's Haven, and trains and teaches their up-and-coming doctors. And you've all made your way to the library, where you have found the corner where Varis was supposed to have been studying, where on the desk you found several tomes indicating his work and a diary of his that he had Milo was able to determine that he saw his handwriting on it, indicating that this was indeed where Varis was. There was a rug that was out of place. You all moved it and figured out that there was blood underneath. And as far as you could tell that Varis seemed to have been abducted, perhaps.
I'd like to look around and see if there's any scratch marks or something, like kind of indicating where, like, if there was a struggle and where it went.
Certainly.
Investigation or like perception? Which one?
Either or.
Perception. I actually have a 4 there. Investigations. Oh my god!
Ouch.
Hey, can I get advantage on that?
You've been kind of nervous and scared this whole time as you've been kind of like in this unfamiliar area, and so I'll say you're just kind of like still in Talos's cloak, just kind of like, eh.
Just has his hands out of the cloak, just moving around sometimes, trying to help, but he just kind of slinks back in.
Yes. And Dain, you're not able to really see anything different as well as you all are just looking about. You're not able to find any further clues beside what you've already found. See, whatever happened occurred in that corner and then seemed to make its way out of the library.
Well, looks like we've got to leave the library.
Very well, lads. Could you? I looked over to the librarian and asked her, like, could you send an alert at least so that we'll be notified of what's happened here?
Of course. I shall inform the vultures immediately. I shall be on the lookout to see if we can locate anything in the nearby vicinity. Now I should
Thank
really
you.
go and take care of those tomes of his, since he's clearly not using them anymore. I did leave in...
Talos is a little put off by her, like being more concerned for the books, but
Good job, Talos. Calm down.
he's gonna just like kind of nod.
Please retrieve any personal effects that he may have left behind. As she proceeds to go over there and starts picking up books and moving them over to bookshelves. As she continues to work, she closes the journal left behind there and leaves it on the table, and proceeds to pick up the rest of the other stacks. And she makes her way, leaving the area blank, except for the one journal.
Talos is gonna go and pick up the journal.
Okay. You pick up a leather-bound journal. Seems to be fairly fresh. As far as you can tell, you can see that it's got perhaps only a quarter of it written in it. The rest of the other pages seem to still be rather crisp and clean. And so what do y'all do now?
I was actually gonna try to skim through the journal real quick to see if they might be able to glean anything.
Very good. As you kind of look through it, you can see the beginning entry that goes, "This shall be my log as I look further into this Blackshore fever and its possible connection to Maldraxxus. From an initial standpoint, this Blackshore fever seems to have a gestation period between 2 to 4 weeks, during which this time the infected individuals seem to show no signs of symptoms, but supposedly are still contagious, indicative of the spread of this particular disease throughout the city. After it manifests, it seems to include severe respiratory distress, indicating that this is a particular disease that appears to be airborne. As a result, I've recommended to several doctors to increase the use of masks to help cover the nose and mouths of students and other patrons of the city to help slow the spread." And you see some more kind of jargon, medical and otherwise, that kind of goes on from its effects, as well as his recommendations for the quarantine. And as you get to a certain point, he does put down that, as of now, my hopes is that through my research, I'll be able to find something similar to this Blackshore fever that may perhaps garner some results in terms of a cure. This being is as it's airborne, and it kind of like you see, kind of like the ink is kind of paused for a moment, as it almost seems as if he was thinking hard. To my best assumptions, being airborne, I can only assume that perhaps some sort of liquid treatment might be necessary to help with the cure of this. Something to help perhaps take whatever this is, this disease is, and move it down into a place where it can be neutralized by a base, like perhaps a potion or something. Further research will be needed. As you continue to go through the journal, you do get to a point where it says, this particular location is rather unique. As I've spent a few days here already, their hierarchy seems rather odd. It seems as if the Eagles are the ones that seem to be in charge of the city. They garner essentially the laws and deal with many of the different methods of teaching for the curriculum. The leader of the Eagles appears to be someone known as Elisara Blackheart. I have not had a chance to meet her yet, but she seems to be in high regard, and as a result of how important her work sounds to be, and in kind of parentheses, to which I have not been admitted any of that information as of yet. It seems to try and reach out and speak to Elisara directly is nigh impossible. The crows seem to be ones that kind of do the rudimentary general doctor work, as indicative as the fact that the crows are the more often doctors that you will see out and about in many different parts of the world when any time an outbreak occurs. The owls seem to be more specialized in personal treatments. They seem to have more detailed knowledge on particular diseases and treatments. They seem to only be sent out for specific cases. The vultures, while at the same time are doctors of their own right, they seem to be more for the battlefield. Tend to be more battle medics and are more or less skilled at preventing the spread of chemical diseases. It seems that they are trained specifically to ensure that things do not get worse. And as you kind of read further down, I met with a Dr. K, in which something about him was uneasy to me. Mere just presence that he gives exudes that of death. And I'm not sure, but I thought for sure I noticed a symbol on him of that of Mercule, the god of death. Not that there's anything wrong with worshipping different deities, I just thought that this was interesting for a doctor, as one who is supposed to help preserve life. He seemed to perhaps maybe worship one that is the god of death. Perhaps as I work with him more, I might be able to understand this more. Perhaps he's more of a one that is more of a morgue kind of doctor, instead of one that preserves life. And as you kind of get closer to the end, you see of what he was writing. You see several different notations of different kind of diseases and different stuff that aren't quite close, where eventually you see kind of one that goes, there's something strange about this Blackshore fever that I have made several attempts to Meshakul to try and garner some information about it. As far as I can tell, this particular disease does not appear to be manifest naturally in the world. Something about this is either created or perhaps came from another dimension of some kind. Perhaps the Feywild, as he puts in parentheses the Feywild part. More research would be needed, but I was garnered some secret knowledge from and it kind of like there's some words there that you don't actually understand. Even trying to read it, like you can't even decipher it. Like it's jargon or otherwise, you're not like you kind of squint a little bit, and it almost like every time you almost seem to kind of get a handle on what these scribbles are starting to write out, they almost seem to change before your eyes. It's rather odd. It seems that some particular kind of potion is required to be the cure for this. I'm going to look more into several potions that could potentially work as a base and go from there. And one of the... You see there's a personal entry that goes, I feel eyes on me as I've been going around doing my work. I've checked on a few different patients to examine directly this disease, and every single time I do, it definitely feels unnatural, but I always feel as if there's eyes staring at me from the darkness. I'm going to start carrying my mace with me to ensure that I have some protection in case. Though carrying weaponry besides from the vultures is highly frowned upon, I'm sure that they will make an exception. The last entry being, I believe I have come across enough information that I can maybe perhaps provide some kind of cure for this disease. If what I've been researching and what I've garnered from Meshakul is correct, perhaps the cure to this involves preparing the flesh of a clucking beast, summoning some sort of golden tendril, harvesting the roots of earth and celestial stalks, weep the lacrimae of Alium, create the base elixir, and then combine and then you watch as there's a little bit of blood on the page as it almost looks like the pen scrawls to the side. And that's all that's left.
Damn. Looks like he I was so close. I was about to finish writing everything out when he was attacked. And I show the book I hand over to each of them to see it, look over themselves. We have to find him as soon as possible. Varis may be the only one that might be able to actually stop this pandemic from happening.
We definitely need to find him. Did he give any indication of who was possibly after him?
Not that I could tell. Only thing he mentioned was, you recall that unsightly fellow? That he felt unease around him.
You both could roll history if you want on Mercule. Yeah, you both recognize the name Mercule. You know that Mercule is the god of death, symbolized by usually a white human skull. You know that, obviously, being the god of death, most pantheons and most people don't look kindly upon them, seeing as how, for most, death is a scary thing. So usually most kind of regard, like Mercule, a little bit on the more just kind of evil side of the spectrum. Well, what your characters think of death and individually in particular, that'd be up to you to decide.
I'm getting very worried. If someone's willing to attack Varis like this, it means that this was not just some natural disease.
Let's see. Who had the last insight check? He had a nat 20 on that, Milo. I'll say as like you all are kind of proceeding to kind of look or like take all this information and you're looking, like you realize that the scuffle that would have occurred like would have been particularly noisy enough that others could have perhaps heard it, but strangely is how like this corner of scenes has been undisturbed for almost a week and that no one has really come to investigate indicates that like there's definitely something odd about how they're like no one has been alerted to this situation as of yet. Alright. While you all think about that, if you're all good, I think I need you to go use the restroom.
Alright.
Alright, so we'll be right back after a quick bathroom break.
Sounds good.
Talos is very concerned.
It would appear so.
Now the rest of you all doing?
I'm doing
I
alright.
just got,
Nope.
I just got back from work, so my brain's mush right now.
Alright, then, so we didn't quite hear how your week went, because you weren't quite there for the, which was fine. But how was your week?
I had took 3 days off to try to get some stuff sorted for my school, which I managed to. I got approved for student loans.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah. Yeah, now I just gotta choose which plan I'm gonna do, as well as do a 250-word essay for $1,000. Yeah. But it should be nice. I trying to get some energy, I just can't. I'm sorry.
You're fine, you're fine. I can understand. And I just appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you all.
Just waiting for Shax to return.
Wait a minute. I was gonna say something funny, but now my funny's gone.
Oh, it's okay. You'll get your funny back eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, like earlier this week, as I was saying, we had like 90 mile per hour winds of a storm. Like it just kind of came through and knocked out the power for us. And I didn't see any obvious damage, but it was annoying because like it happened a little bit after I'd gone to bed, and so I kept getting woken up that night by like the storm went out, and so the power went out, and next thing you know, like I had to wake up at like 3:30 in the morning to go and work. So I had very little sleep that day. And then of course today, woke up again at this time at 5 a.m. As best as we could tell, like the lights were out again. Like it was obvious, like the power was out again, but there was no storm outside. So I went to the website for my electric. I reported the outage, and from what they indicated, 8 other people were affected by this in our little area. So according to them, it looked like it was an equipment failure that caused the outage this time. But
Okay.
last time our fridge was almost empty, so we like the power outage occurred. It lasted for over like 9-10 hours, which sucked. But we lost a few things in our fridge because of that. So this time when it happened, I went out and got myself a bag of ice and had placed a lot of it in a cooler with the ice just to make sure, because we had just stocked up because we're like, we were pushing off a grocery ship run anyway. So, and then not long, of course, after we got the ice in and we had things starting to chill in the cooler, the power came back on. I was like, oh great, well there went $2 of ice.
Noise. You'll love to see it.
Alright, we got power back on, but they did say to just be mindful just in case of any fluctuations, so
Naturally.
yeah. Yeah, I'm just glad that my PlayStation didn't get killed, because my nephews were on it when the power went off, and luckily I did the reset check and everything, so it luckily didn't cause any issues.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yeah, it did do that recovery thing that the PS5s now have in case of lost power, but luckily I don't have to re-download anything. Thank God.
That is good.
Yeah, I remember that happened with my old system, and I had to re-download it. Made me re-download everything. Yeah, like my save, like all my saves and stuff were there. It was just like the games themselves. It was like, oh, because of this, you have to for safety, you have to re-download.
Yeah, all my stuff, important stuff, I kind of keep it on power strips with surge protectors on it, just for that reason specifically.
Yeah. Well, like we had fully lost power, so even with the surge protector, it would shut off your everything.
I mean, yeah. Fortunately, my Xbox is used to that because like we have it connected to a power strip, and like we usually turn that power strip off before we go to bed every night, just to save and conserve power.
Yeah. Like for us, a lot of things if we like when it comes to our game systems and stuff, we don't just turn off the power, so we actually unplug certain things.
Yeah, which is smart.
Yeah, the only thing that we have to, the one thing I have to keep plugged in right now is for my bearded dragon, his the light that does just the generic heat for him.
Yeah.
Because he still has to have that generic heat in there.
Yeah, in order to stay healthy.
Yep.
So, now we're all back, sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Then we shall get back into it then.
Let's see.
Alright, so, I assume you all are leaving the library?
Yeah, sounds like the general consensus, I think.
Yeah, I think we were gonna start trying to look for any more clues to figure out where Varis might be dragged off to.
Gotcha. Having not found anything more in the library, you take the journal and you all proceed to leave. And as you head out, you continue to keep your eye out, but past the library, you're not seeing any more signs of blood, no indication of any more struggle. You're not able to find anything of what could have happened to Varis, and until eventually you make your way up to the secretary's desk. As you approach, she looks up and he goes, gentlemen, doctor, I hope you found everything you were looking for.
Not quite, but there may be a situation.
Oh, she says that a pigeon kind of specifically a crow flies by and drops off a note to her and then flies back. Oh, pardon me. And she kind of rolls it up and goes, oh, and she looks up at you. I see.
Yes?
Yes, I will be informing the vultures immediately about this. Terribly sorry to hear, but I assure you that the Academy is an incredibly safe place, and instances like this do not normally occur. Milo goes into stealth.
Milo's going to... Yes, going to stealth, but he's going to try to read what that pigeon dropped off. After hearing her tone kind of just change instantly, just want to kind of make sure, especially after what happened with Varis.
Dain sees the
bird flies right in Dain's face. Bird.
As you go around, you can see chicken scratch on the paper, Milo.
Wouldn't his goggles assist with that?
They don't quite help decipher doctor's notes.
Damn.
Was it insight, history?
I think it was history. Yeah.
Well, Milo is a doctor now, apparently, so is that with advantage, by chance?
No. As you take a look, you... unlike with the previous one where you're only able to discern the word pass, for this one, like, you're not able to get hardly anything from it. But you can insight her.
Probably will.
after, like, with her eyes, like, switching between the note and switching between you all, seems to have a large concern for the note, and she seems to be quite nervous about the contents of the note. As she kind of goes and continues to saying, we exhibit a very safe, very, very safe learning environment for our students. And
I'm
Probably
gonna
not.
roll an insight check too, because Talos is starting to like. Okay.
go for it. You can tell that she's a little nervous about this, and is a little unsettled by whatever the note says.
Hopefully the vultures will be able to assist us in finding our friend.
Yes, we alerted them immediately. It's concerning that, like, according to what you had relayed to the head librarian, that this was several days ago at least. They hopefully be able to find something, but I assure you that this never happens here. This is a very safe learning environment. I honestly am shocked to hear that there was blood found.
Yes, it looks like someone tried to hide it, so most likely nobody really noticed. Especially with everyone being so consumed with their studies, they probably didn't even notice. And with Varis's own study habits, people probably didn't want to bother him.
She proceeds to take another parchment out, and is a little slower this time, writes out a note, which if you're still stealthing and watching, you see she's writing in very clear common this time. It's essentially instructions to the vultures regarding the incident in the academy. Before she kind of looks around and kind of gives a slight wave to her hand over to the ceiling, and a bird flies down, another crow, and she hands it to the crow, who then proceeds to fly out a window. There we are. They should hopefully start their investigation post-haste.
Excellent. Where would we could speak with them? Would their facilities be?
Let me check the notes. The facility will be located a little bit closer to where the eagles are. They tend to kind of operate throughout the entire city, of course, to help maintain and quarantine at this time, but the general training and practice facility, that would be located, she kind of will relay the instructions to you, basically.
Talos nods. Turn to the rest of the group. If you want to start sending. Should we think we should start heading back there first?
You're probably gonna be the best bet.
Thank you very much. We should probably sign out.
Yes, and she kind of goes to her other logbook and writes down on each of your names. There you go. I hope you have a better day.
Thank you.
proceed to head out, and you are now in the courtyard of the academy. About a little over an hour has passed, and you see that several students are now on the kind of grass parts of the front here with several books as they appear to be studying, still with masks on.
Oh, sorry. Let me see. Talos is actually going to try to see if he can... for locate object, does how much does Talos need to be acquainted with an item to be able to locate?
You tell me. Do you remember anything in particular that Varis carried?
Well, there was his mace, as well as his, there was also his, oh gosh, what was that? I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think it was a necklace, if I'm remembering correctly. Damn, give me just a moment. Gotta pull up notes. I might be muted for a minute, just give me a sec.
Alright. Anything else anyone else was wanting to try and do?
I think just kind of looking around, see if he sees anything while Talos is thinking.
As you tend to take a look around, you can see that the area you're in, you actually notice a few individuals kind of, like, some of them look like potential students on break, some of them also look like doctors. You take note that several of them are going around with cleaning utensils and are currently doing some general maintenance around the grounds. As you're just kind of mulling about, just looking around, and you kind of ask them why they're currently cleaning instead of studying. They kind of turn to you and look, it's the duty of every person in the city to partake in the upkeep of the city. We have to make sure that it is a clean and orderly place for all. And then you go back to cleaning.
I lead them to their cleaning.
We need some help there, Shax.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need some help because I'm like my notes. I'm going through my notes right now, and like I'm getting the character. I have my own personal notes for each of the important characters that we met with descriptions, and so far like I've written them all in shorthand, so it's like going through them takes a bit of time.
All right, well, roll me a history check.
Sure, one sec.
19. You remember when you fought with Varis that he did have himself a magical +1 mace that he used. You also remember that towards the last part of the battle, he carried a staff of healing with himself as well to help cure and heal you all while you were moving to help conserve his spells. You also do know that he did have a necklace of a holy symbol, would look to be an Ephigeny symbol, which he claims was a symbol of Mishakal. He also had a particular headband that he wore as well that it was particularly kind of pretty. He never really spoke of it much, but it seemed to be a magical headband of some kind.
I'm gonna see if I can locate his necklace.
Alrighty, so locate object is the spell you're using?
Yeah. So, let's see. An object, as long as the object's 1,000 feet. If it's in motion, I know it's in motion. I can locate a specific object up to you as long as you have seen it up close, which I have.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so... It lasts for about 10 minutes.
I gotcha. And let me see. Yeah, that gives you basically roughly a quarter-mile coverage around you. And let me see here. As you initially cast it and you feel around, you don't initially feel it. But you do have locate object up for the next 10 minutes if you want to keep concentrating on it.
Okay. I can't can I switch item then? If I can't, since I can't sense the necklace? Or...
Let's see. According to the spell description, describe or name an object that is familiar to you. You sense direction as long as the spell can locate a specific object known to you, as long as you have seen it up close. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind. Okay, any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet of lead. I'll go ahead and allow it. It doesn't say that you'd have to recast it to locate something else. So I'll say that. I'll go ahead and allow it.
Let's see if I can figure out the. I'll see if I can sense out the headband then.
Alrighty. As you continue to feel around, you do not quite sense it within a quarter mile of you either. And the rest of you all see that Talos is focusing as he's kind of looking around and you can tell that he's sensing for something.
Can I roll a history, Tim?
Go for it.
Milo's trying to remember who the person was in the bed that he saw the other night.
As you kind of recall, it was rather dark and you were distracted by just the aura of Kesk. You definitely don't recognize that whoever was in that bed as Varis. It was definitely a humanoid of some kind, but with an 11, you can't directly, you don't think it's Varis, but it was hard to tell.
Okay, fair enough.
You doing anything to help Soren? Do you have any ideas?
Like I said, my brain's mush right now. I'm trying to think of something.
I got you.
I can't think of anything.
Let's see. The concern is that the fact that he can't sense anything of that within within that range. How big is this city, by the way?
The city itself would probably be closer to about a mile in radius.
Alright. Well, he's going to continue to try to focus on it, but at the same time he's going to start probably making his way toward the location where they said that the vultures and the eagles were.
It's basically a small college town. if you wouldn't want to kind of, if you've ever been to one, you kind of happen to know about the feeling and how big it can be.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot stuffed into a whole little. And I'll say, as you kind of proceed to make your way towards the Vulture's headquarters, as you get closer to the Vulture's headquarters, Talos, is there any individual item you're focusing on at the moment?
Yeah, I was thinking the headband.
Okay. The whole time, it takes you about 8 minutes of walking to get to essentially the Vulture's lair. And the whole time you do not pick up anything on the headband.
What about the necklace?
As you kind of turn your focus to the holy symbol, you get a ping.
My head kind of starts turning toward where I'd start to feel it, kind of like how a dog picks up a scent.
For what you can sense, it is approximately about 800 feet southeast of you, and it is not currently moving.
How is it going to be it's kind of like wherever the direction he was going is suddenly opposite. He's now going toward to where he's sensing.
But you all notice that as you're walking towards it, you're like, oh hey, there's where we're heading. You suddenly see Talos take a sharp turn to the right and just meow.
Get a dog on a scent.
And you struggle for a little bit, because after a couple minutes, you find yourself in a few different alleyways and some tight corners and turns, and after a little bit, your 10 minutes is up, and you lose your sense of where the object was, as you lose your concentration of the spell.
What would I have to roll to try to do it again? Because obviously I know there's only so many times I can do certain things.
You just recast locate object. You just have to use
Sure.
the spell slot.
Yeah, I'm just double checking because it's a second level, so. Alright, I'm gonna have to use up one of my second level spell slot then.
As you kind of after reactivate the spell, you get the ping again, and you follow it to. Are the rest of you all following him as well, or are you all heading to the Vulture's lair? The Vulture's nest, I should say.
Dain would have seen Talos kind of peeling off and is following him.
Okay. And Soren.
Soren would have started going over to the Vultures.
Alright, so Soren heads to the Vulture's nest. Milo?
That's a letter to the Vulture's Nest, since Talos really doesn't say anything to us. He just kind of goes off on his own.
Alright. And so...
Sorry about it. It's like Talos is it's that concentrate,
he's focused.
It's not really noticing exactly where he's just going, following. It's kind of like how you see how a dog would sometimes.
Alright. And so, as Talos and Dain, you make your way through the different alleyways. Milo and Soren, you make your way up to the Vulture's nest, where a couple are standing outside as their face masks kind of turned towards you as they go.
Yes. Is there something we can help you with?
Yeah, there's been a murder. Sorry, not a murder. There's at least been a kidnapping. Potentially a murder.
Their heads jolts up a little bit, and
Which is it? This is a very serious accusation that you're bringing about. Are we dealing with a murder, or are we dealing with an abduction?
Abduction.
It's like...
You want to head inside, then?
Okay. As Milo will then head inside.
as he kind of opens up the door for you.
Can I speak with one of the ones in charge inside? They should be able to assist you.
And as you make your way in, you can see there's quite a few different other white. There's a whole lot of white cloaks going on, a whole lot of white and red, with a few of them just kind of making their way. Lots of heads. It's very obvious. Normally.
Now we're sticking out like sore thumb right now.
Yeah, it's very obvious that you're sticking out, and it's very obvious when some of them turn to look at you, because normally, some eyes might flip towards you, and sometimes it can be not as noticeable, but for them, and when they look at you, their whole heads turn, and you see, beaks just woof, woof, woof.
Just imagine us, walking in through the door, and then just, 10 people just sitting there and just snapping their necks towards us.
Pretty much, as many of them kind of look at you, their heads kind of cocked to the side a little bit, I see some birds kind of cock their heads a little.
Who's in charge in here?
Check my notes. As you kind of look around, one of them kind of holds their hands up.
As Milo's just gonna start walking over towards him, I guess.
He kind of
Sorry
regards
for-
you all and looks at you, kind of cocks their head a little bit. They seem a little
Sorry for
odd
bar-
because they're about 4 feet tall, and obviously they're still wearing the vulture's garb and whatnot. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I do apologize for intruding like this, but I was told to come talk to you about something.
Yes. He kind of cocks his head a little bit.
There was an abduction. There's an abduction that happened in the city.
What?
I don't think he heard you.
Abduction of who?
Varis Brightwood.
There's Brightwood. There's Brightwood. Wait! And Coy holds up a gloved hand and then looks over, goes over to a set of bird cages, and kind of opens, and you hear a bit of chirping coming from him.
I was gonna look at Torm and be like, this is a new one for me.
Kind of cocks his head, reaches in and pulls out a parchment and unscrolls it, and looks at it. Ah, yes! The report just came in from the academy. I shall have my men working on it. We shall see if we can't locate this Varis Brightwood. He looks at you.
That'd be-
I swear upon my name of Tap Tap, we shall find your friend.
I'm sorry, what was your name? I couldn't quite hear you with the mask and all that.
Tap Tap.
Tap?
Tap Tap.
Tap tap, okay.
Tap tap.
As he kind of leans in towards you, saying
Okay.
this, you notice what almost looks to be feathers sticking out of his mask.
Milo's just about to start asking about it, and then just catches himself. Be like, you know what? I would rather not ask.
Vultures! Lead a sweep of the districts. See if you can find any traces of blood that has been uncatalogued. Any incidents that have not been reported. And see if we can figure out who is abducting individuals and for what purpose. As you hear,
Would you like
a
me
bunch
to-
of vultures just kind of stamp their feet. They go, "Yes, sir!" And about 10 of them storm out and begin to disperse.
I
Want to know like what he was?
never seen that before.
You want to know like what he was here for or anything, or are you just gonna send your planning like that?
Oh, yes, that should help. Please, give me any information about the individual that you can, excluding, well, the note here says what they were doing. They were researching at the academy. So, what were they doing?
Well, Varis Brightwood is a half-elf, about middle-aged, I'm assuming for elves, kinda hard for me to know. He was here trying to look, or help with the, fucking words are hard, sorry. The mask and all just really gets to me right now for some reason.
It is fine, take your time.
Anyone want to help me out here, or am I just gonna sit here by myself trying to look like a fucking idiot?
Blackshore fever.
Help with the fever thing.
Ah! Someone brought in to help with the Blackshore. Yes, yes. And it is most concerning if he was working on it. Are you sure that he did not simply catch the disease and perish himself?
Considering that I found where he was studying in the library, and clearly saw blood and a chair that was tipped over, and not gently, mind you. Yes, I am.
A coughing fit. He coughed up blood.
Okay, if he had a coughing fit, then where is he? Because when you guys have, taken care of that then? And quarantined him?
You make a good point. And he kind of goes over and starts to fan his fingers through several different files. There have been no reports of any Varis being quarantined or otherwise, but we do have a report here indicating that he arrived sometime over a week ago. This is most concerning. My men shall fan out and search the entire city. We shall see if we will locate him. We will search high, and we will search low. Thank you for bringing this to our attention and for giving us the additional information. I shall relay that to my birds, and they shall proceed to hunt down and find the culprit. Anything else?
Well, Soren, you got anything else for that guy?
Fuck.
This beach face like turns to you.
Is anyone needing medical attention?
Of course there is. You know where you're at.
Soren picks up his shovel like he's about to smack him.
Are you gonna answer, or am I gonna have to hurt you?
If you are a great
I am going to just kind of like lower his shovel down. Just like, no, we don't do that here. Stop.
There's always constant need of doctors over at the quarantine zone. They're trying their best to solve the Blackshore fever.
Well, yes, however, both Dr. Soren here, Moonberry here, and myself don't have the proper mask to get into there and help them properly, as you can see.
Yes.
It would be very wise to give us some.
I can see that you do not have your proper headwear. Pray tell, as I know for a fact that you are not vultures, you certainly are not, of course, the eagles. Are you a crow or are you an owl?
Neither. We came here to help the situation.
Oh, yeah, we said.
However, we were never provided with the proper headgear to actually do our job.
Very well then, if that's the case. For yeah, if that is the case then you would have been brought in on special request by a doctor themselves, already established within the city. In order to obtain your proper medical equipment, you shall need to discuss with them in their practice to receive your proper gear. Pray tell, who's the doctor that invited you in?
Dr. Kask. We actually had this talk with him last night, I think? Yes.
Ah, Dr. K, yes! Then you are a crow. You must go and find him so he can administer you the proper gear.
Very well, thank you.
Stay healthy! His head kind of
Sure.
turns sharply and moves about, very bird-like.
Alright, please let's get out of here. I don't like this place.
I'm not a fan either. Let's just get out of here.
Meanwhile, traveling through several different corridors and alleyways, eventually, Talos, your senses, after a few more minutes, brings you up to a barrel. And as you kind of crouch and follow your sense, you see kind of dangling off of a splinter up the barrel, like partially on the ground, partially dangling off the barrel. You find Varis' holy symbol. And Dain, you're right behind him.
Yeah, Talos, he bends down and like gingerly kind of like picks it up. It's like he's very concerned now. He's starting to look around the area, like and just realizing that where exactly he is, and he's like, oh, like the realization of he kind of got off track, but.
Talos, where are we going?
I can barely hear you, Dain.
Yeah, sorry, I had it pushed away from my face. Is that better?
There you go.
When you do this.
Either way. By the ancestors, Talos, where are we going? What is that
I
you've
hold-
got?
I hold it. I was like, his holy sigil.
Is that Varis's?
I nod. And I'm gonna start looking, like looking around the area. I'm gonna say investigation. I'm gonna be rolling investigation real quick. Ah, damn.
I'm not gonna be any help either.
Yeah, as you both proceed to kind of look about, like, aside from the necklace, you're not able to see anything else. But give me a quick history check. Oh, very much so.
Oh.
Nice. So you both, being of a similar style of magic caster, you both know that without this holy symbol, Varis' ability to cast magic is greatly diminished to the point of almost being non-existent. As casters like you require a holy symbol to focus your magical prowess in order to harness the energy of the weave to cast magic.
This is not good.
No, it is not.
You should definitely keep a hold of that for when we find him. I have a feeling he's not going to be doing much in the terms of magic without that.
That's definitely for sure. But like Talos is definitely like looking around a lot more. Like he's trying, but obviously not making any headway. Trying not to get himself too worked up.
Yeah, you're so worried and like trying to find anything. You're not able to really take note of anything in particular. Everything just kind of looks like it could have been, like he could have been going in either direction, like he could have come from anywhere. Like, why would he have dropped this, or did it fall off of him when they were running? Like, you can't figure out heads or tails of anything.
Talos said like it's like something pops into his head, like the thought of of hounds, like from when he remembers as a kid, like when someone got lost in the forest, they used hounds, but then he remembers like he takes his rope out and's like, "Here, boy."
The rope kind of goes into a stance and kind of wags the end of its rope as the Fradnir looks at you.
I hold out the next, like, "Can you spell him out, boy?"
Kind of cocks his head a little bit as it looks at the holy symbol. Let me double check notes on this.
Because it's acting like a dog, so it's like that first thing that pops into Talos's head. Like, I'm fingers crossed. I'm like, please make this work. It'd be really cool if it does.
As it proceeds to take a look at the necklace, you watch as it turns itself into a hangman's noose and flops on the ground.
Good job, boy. Heal.
And leaps back onto your side.
Oh, it was worth a shot. Damn.
I'll go ahead and give this to you. As you take a look at it, you realize that it is a magic rope. It does not have any sort of sensory, like...
Yeah.
Does it have a nose, mouth, or nose, or ears?
Yeah, it's like Talos was, like, it was like the realization, oh, yeah, right. Damn. It was a good idea, though.
It was worth a shot.
The thing I've noticed is that I haven't seen any other animals except for birds here.
Don't remind me about the birds. They may be small, but still not making me comfortable. Have you noticed?
Name here.
Well, have you noticed as well? Do you remember what they were saying about the different, I guess, like the classes of like masks and the robes throughout the city? They're all bird-based.
I thought it was kind of odd. Well, we better try to make sure we get back to the others and let them know. Let's memorize this place on the way back, if we can, or something. Or do you think we should try looking around more?
Leave this place and you wanted to remember the exact spot, you'll have to roll a history check to see if you would be able to remember it. History or survival, I would say, to get back to here.
Yeah. Well, we should probably go find Milo and Soren and then bring them back here, see if we can see if anything else with all four of us.
Agreed. Let's go.
Aye. Now, how do we find our way out of here?
Survival.
That is a good question.
Just look around. You're kind of lost here, Dain. Talos, while you were focusing, you did actually take some mental note on some directions, and it takes you a little bit, but you are able to find your way back out to the main road, where you see wandering about is Milo and Soren, kind of looking around, trying to see if they can figure out where you went.
Oh, I thought they went this way.
Alright.
I did not understand a single fucking thing you just said.
I said, oh. I said, see if I can say it a little bit clearer then.
Where'd they go? I thought they went this way.
I don't know, I just saw Talos kind of veer off in that direction, and it's like, kind of raised my hand, I see them there, like, oh! There they are.
How long have you two been there?
We
just came back out.
found this. I hold out the sigil.
And Milo, you're able
Talos,
to recognize...
congratulations on finally stealing something from someone else.
It belongs to Varis.
Okay, well, when you just ran up, pulled up random shit in my face, I don't know what that means.
As you look at it, you do recognize it, having spent some time with him, as his holy symbol. And you've seen it kind of float out before him whenever he was casting that one spell to help you figure out some more information according to about your son.
Okay, so did you find Varis, or...?
Oh, it was in the alley. Like, if you follow me, we might be able to search around more. So far, me and Dain didn't have any luck.
So, hang on. You found the spot where it was and decided to grab it and just leave.
We weren't having a very good luck at finding it, finding anything in the area ourselves.
Well, yeah, now you contaminated the crime scene.
Come, just see if you can help us.
You're able to remember the exact way of getting back. As if you're following him.
I mean, Soren will.
And I assume you're following as well, Milo?
I was gonna kind of just sit there and think for a minute, just kind of prove a point. I don't know.
As you turn back, you look and see that Milo's just kind of standing in the street there, Talos.
I kind of turn around, I kind of wait for him.
You both stand there staring at each other like a duelist, waiting to see who makes the first move. A sweat drops off of Talos' forehead. Milo farts.
I thought I did it well enough, it wasn't known. Damn it.
Out of all of us, you have the best tracking skills.
It'd be nice to actually be asked to, rather than just be like, oh hey, go do this.
Would you please assist us?
Yeah, sure. Why don't you just say so?
With a pep in his step, he follows along behind you. And you all follow Talos as he takes you back through the winding corridors of these buildings. Several of which look to be residential, but a couple others almost appear to be perhaps office buildings of some kind. You see as you're walking about, you occasionally will catch sight of some crows walking about into some of the buildings. A few of them kind of turn their beaked heads towards you all and kind of cock their heads as they walk in. And a few times you watch as some of them get distracted by you, and the end of their beak catches on the doorframe as they kind of bonk their head like, ah, and they shuffle a little bit like, oh.
I was just gonna kind of slow clap after seeing one do that.
And these are the people trying to save this town? At least people are trying to heal people.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
Eventually, you come to a particularly long stretch of the alleyway that you recognize that is a little bit closer to the edge of the wall leading outside to the moat. There's a couple barrels and a crate nearby that Talus kind of goes and stands next to the barrel. Anyone that
This
wants
is where I
to
found it.
roll a history as well. Dain, with your keen nose for stonework and everything else, you could recognize, and Milo, as you were kind of taking note of the directions you were heading, you notate that you're approximately northeast of the academy. Approximately maybe a little over a quarter mile away. Perhaps even a third of a mile away from the academy. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Talus.
The Talus was just gonna say, like, this is where it was found, hanging off the barrel here.
Alright, as you take a look around, Milo, you look at the barrel, and you see where he points out with the kind of where it was, and from best that you could tell, the way it must have fallen, the description that he gave, it seems as if that it definitely had unnaturally fallen into the spot, and it seemed to have been traveling at a northwestern direction.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get anything off of this, but
Yeah, you don't see any other blood, no other indication of anything else. You do get an indication of the direction that they traveled.
I think they were heading off in that direction. As Milo will kind of just point towards the northwest.
Let's keep our eyes peeled. Start slowly going down that direction.
As you continue to make your way, you see that, like... Let me take my notes here. As you continue to proceed along this particular path, you notice that you leave the set of buildings that are obviously offices, and you're able to determine that you probably just left the college district. One that seemed to be perhaps more of the obvious learning with the academy, and a few other buildings that seem to be more focused on research and everything. And you find yourself heading towards what looks to be another walled area. And the kind of slightly straight path that you're following cuts suddenly to only a left turn as you see to the right of you, you've gone to where the edge of the wall is. And even from here, you can kind of just hear the slow burbling water of the moat outside the like 20-foot tall wall. As you kind of turn left to follow along this path, you make your way through until back to the kind of the main area, one of the main roads, where you see before you a little bit more to the west. As you kind of take a look, you can see the big tree that the water seems to be coming from that feeds the moat outside. It's definitely looking a little bit closer. This gargantuan tree. And you can also see from here a little bit closer. You notice that there is a a fancier looking like building with its own unique walls, almost palace-like in a way, but not quite. It almost seems to be like the fanciest looking hospital you've ever seen. And in front of it, you see that there's a couple sets of vultures, and you're finally, like, walking through the gates past the vultures, you actually recognize the kind of purple with golden filigree robes, with a very kind of like a medium, like sharp, pointed beaked mask, as you recognize seeing one of the eagles. As they proceed to walk into this large building, and all across here as well, you see several like small groups are walking here and there. You see several groups of owls, a few like lots and lots of crows, like kind of going about here and there. Several of them have some briefcases. Some of them have some books on hand. A few of them have some belts with vials strapped to them around their cloaks. As there seems to be a general kind of hubbub of activity here. And as you look directly to your right, you see that there's a set of large doors with a vulture in front of it, as there's a big sign with a couple different languages on it that's indicated to be a quarantine.
Well, this area is all fancy.
Talos is just kind of like panning around, looking around.
Yeah, you take it all in. Several different buildings where some people are coming and going. A few of them have some signage on the outside indicating, like, one of them appears to be like a general store area. Another one seems to be like an outfitter for general medical supplies. After that, you see a few that seem to be like bookstores. Several of them seem to have like eateries, but as you take a look, you can see what looks to be used to be eateries appear to have closed signs on them, as any public eating locations seem to have been shut down. But as you look around, you do actually note that there is one where the door it doesn't have an open sign on it, but there is another sign that says that knock on door to order. Indicating that perhaps that they are open at this location, but they may not be doing inside service.
Alice is gonna try looking around to see if anything that might stick out.
As you take a look around, I mean, it's hard to say, as it's besides what I kind of described to you.
Yeah.
Like, it seems to be a very heavily trafficked area at this time of day.
Varis, where are you?
There's something we could do for you. As a vulture is looking over from the door of the quarantine and kind of calls out to you. What are you lot doing just lollygagging about?
Have you not heard?
kind of cocks his head and looks around and then looks at you. About what specifically? I've been getting lots of reports, and as far as I can tell, if you're a doctor, you likely have business somewhere around the city. Why are you lollygagging?
As Milo kind of just walks up to him and whispers in his ear, "There's been a kidnapping. We're trying to solve it."
Well, yes, I know about the abduction. The report came through no more than about 20 minutes ago. But, what, are you some kind of detective? This is business for the vultures. You should return back to business.
It's kind of hard for me to do my business without him here.
Hey, person we're trying to find is, well, as my compatriot here said, he is the one who has been, well, taken from us.
I'm sorry to hear
We've
that.
welcome him back.
I would recommend that you return to your domiciles then and wait for the vultures to locate your individual.
Very well. Alright guys, let's go talk to Dr. K again.
I don't like that man.
Neither do
Talos
I,
kinda-
but it's the only way we're
Talos
going to be able to
grumbles.
get in here now, it looks like.
Yeah, Talos grumbles at that, like, but reluctantly agrees.
So, taking note of the location that you ended up in, you make your way back through the city until you kind of make your way back towards the quarantine area that you originally found him in, towards the western side of the city. And just kind of go about, you managed to talk to one of the crows that lets you know, like, oh, yeah. He went in about 10 minutes ago. He'll probably be out within the next 5. And you all proceed to wait there.
Oh, guess we're waiting.
Yeah.
After about roughly 5 minutes, you hear the door open, and you see a figure in black robes and crow's mask step out for you here.
Yeah,
Dr. K?
do you got those masks we can use?
You are not doctors. They would serve you no use.
Actually, he's a doctor, and I am a battlefield doctor.
As he kind of looks over at you.
Soren's just gonna wave at him.
Not a medically trained doctor. Guess can tell.
And I can hardly hear what you're saying.
He said, like,
Not a medically trained doctor. Guess can tell.
I am medically trained. What are you talking about?
yeah, he rolled higher than your deception, Milo, basically.
I kind of figured. That's why I didn't pursue it anymore. Well, I'm out of ideas. Anyone else?
Perhaps you could be of some assistance to guess.
Can you? If you can't give them masks, why don't you give me those masks?
These are specially crafted
Okay.
masks.
Just double checking. Am I cutting in?
I'm sorry.
No, you're just very quiet when you do cast voice, or like the voices with stuff over your mouth.
Fair enough. I mean, I have my play doctor mask I'm using as a prop. So the way you hear